The desert was still dark when the first sounds began. Not loud sounds. Not the sound of armies or kings or celebrations. Only the quiet movements of ordinary people waking before sunrise. Somewhere near the edge of the Nile, a man slowly sat up from a woven reed mat. His back felt stiff from the day before. The cool air of the early morning touched his skin while the final stars still rested above the black outline of the horizon. Around him, other workers were beginning to wake as well. A few coughed softly. Someone cleared dust from their sandals. Nearby, a clay pot lid gently scraped against stone as breakfast was prepared in silence. Far away in the darkness, barely visible against the sky, stood the unfinished pyramid. Even in shadow, it looked enormous. The structure rose from the desert floor like a pale mountain shaped by careful human hands. Layer after layer of stone stretched upward into the fading night. Wooden ramps climbed around its sides. Torches flickered beside pathways worn smooth by thousands of feet. Long ropes rested in coils beside heavy sledges. Everywhere there were signs of labor. Endless labor. And yet, in the moments before dawn, the entire place felt strangely peaceful. The wind moved softly across the sand. The Nile flowed quietly nearby. The workers began another day. For many years, people far in the future would imagine pyramid builders as slaves chained beneath cruel whips. But life around the pyramids was more complicated than that. Many laborers were skilled workers. Some came during flooding seasons when farming paused beside the Nile. Others lived for years near the construction grounds. Stone cutters, rope makers, bakers, cooks, water carriers, tool sharpeners, haulers, carpenters, and planners all shared the same dusty world beneath the Egyptian sun. Their lives were difficult. But they were also organized, rhythmic, and deeply human. Every morning followed familiar patterns. The men and women living near the worksite understood the desert through habit. They knew the color of the sky before sunrise. They knew how cold the air could feel just before dawn, and how quickly that coolness disappeared after the first sunlight touched the stone. The camp slowly came alive. Cooking fires crackled beneath clay ovens. Flat bread baked against hot surfaces blackened by years of smoke. Workers ate onions, bread, and dried fish. Some drank weak beer, thick and grainy, used more like food than celebration. Water jars were checked carefully before the heat arrived. Linen garments were shaken free of sand. A young worker named Hori sat beside his older brother near a low mud brick wall. Their breakfast rested between them in a small bowl. Neither spoke very much. They were still waking. Hori rubbed dust from his eyes and looked toward the pyramid in the distance. Even after many months, the size of it still seemed impossible to him. Every day new stones appeared higher and higher above the desert floor. Teams of laborers moved across ramps like slow lines of ants carrying pale blocks toward the sky. Sometimes Hori wondered if the pyramid would ever truly be finished. His brother seemed to read the thought on his face. "It grows every day," the older man said quietly. Hori nodded. The sky above them slowly changed color. Deep blue faded into softer shades. A faint silver line appeared beyond the horizon. Soon the first sunlight would arrive, and with it would come the heat. Around the camp, supervisors began walking between groups of workers. They carried staffs, tablets, and rolls of papyrus marked with records. Ancient Egypt loved records. Grain amounts, bread supplies, stone deliveries, worker names, injuries, missing tools, and daily assignments were all carefully noted by scribes whose hands remained smoother than those of the laborers they observed. One young scribe stood near the entrance of the work area, already preparing ink. His fingers were stained black. He watched workers pass one by one while quietly speaking their names to himself. His work demanded patience. Every team mattered. Every worker belonged somewhere within the vast machinery of pyramid construction. The pyramid itself was not simply a building. It was a world. Entire villages existed because of it. Bakeries worked before sunrise. Fishing boats crossed the Nile carrying food. Stone quarries echoed with hammer strikes. Copper tools dulled and sharpened again endlessly. Wood arrived from distant lands. Officials measured supplies carefully. Priests offered prayers beneath temple shadows while laborers strained against ropes in the burning afternoon sun. And every part of that world depended on ordinary people waking before dawn. The sunlight finally appeared. At first it touched only the highest stones. The top of the unfinished pyramid glowed softly in gold while the lower levels still rested in shadow. Then slowly the light spread downward across ramps, sledges, tools, and waiting workers. The day had begun. Teams gathered together. Each group had its own tasks. Some hauled limestone from nearby staging areas. Others repaired ramps damaged by constant use. Skilled stonecutters shaped blocks with remarkable precision using copper chisels, wooden mallets, and stone hammers. Water carriers moved carefully between workers, protecting valuable supplies from spilling into the sand. The sounds of labor slowly replaced the silence of morning. Ropes tightened. Wood creaked. Sand shifted beneath dragging sledges. Voices called rhythmically to keep movements together. Far above the ground, workers balanced carefully on unfinished sections of the pyramid while guiding stone into place. Dust drifted through the sunlight. Sweat darkened linen clothing almost immediately after work began. Hori joined a hauling crew that morning. The work was slow and exhausting. A large limestone block rested on a wooden sledge before the team. Thick ropes stretched outward from the front. Dozens of workers gripped them tightly while a supervisor watched nearby. The stone itself seemed almost alive in its heaviness. Before moving, one worker poured water onto the sand ahead of the sledge. Too much dry sand created resistance. Slightly wet sand allowed smoother movement. Ancient workers understood this through experience passed from one laborer to another across generations. The command was given. The team leaned forward together. For a moment nothing happened. Then slowly, with a deep scraping sound, the sledge moved. Feet pressed into sand. Muscles tightened. Breathing grew heavier. The workers moved in careful rhythm because rhythm mattered more than strength alone. A single person pulling wildly only wasted energy. But many people moving together could shift enormous weight across the desert floor. The sun climbed higher. Already the coolness of morning was fading. Hori felt sweat run slowly down his neck while dust gathered against his arms and face. His hands burned against the rope fibers. Ahead of him, he could see the rising ramps twisting upward around the pyramid structure. Workers moved constantly there, tiny against the massive stone surface. Sometimes songs were used during hauling. Not joyful songs. Steady songs. Simple repeated lines helped breathing remain consistent. The sound of many voices moving together created its own kind of rhythm beneath the open sky. One older worker near the front of Hori's team quietly began such a chant. Others joined slowly. The words were ancient even then. Simple lines about endurance. About the Nile. About continuing forward one step at a time. The sledge crept onward. Above them, birds circled lazily in the brightening sky. By mid-morning the desert heat had fully arrived. The sunlight reflected harshly from the pale limestone blocks. Workers wrapped cloth around their heads and necks for protection. Water breaks became more frequent. Supervisors watched carefully for exhaustion because an injured laborer slowed the work of everyone nearby. Still, the labor continued. Day after day. Month after month. Year after year. The pyramid rose because thousands of small actions repeated endlessly. One stone. Then another. Then another. Near the quarry edge, stone cutters worked with intense concentration. Cracks had to be controlled carefully. A mistake could ruin valuable material or injure nearby workers. Copper chisels struck limestone repeatedly in steady rhythms. Wooden wedges were hammered into narrow spaces. Water soaked into the wood, causing expansion that slowly helped split large sections of stone from the earth itself. Dust covered everything. Hair. Skin. Tools. Even food carried traces of pale limestone powder. Yet the workers adapted to it the way fishermen adapt to water or farmers adapt to mud. This was their world now. At midday the pace slowed slightly beneath the strongest heat. Workers rested in shaded areas created by walls, ramps, or stretched cloth coverings. Bread was eaten quietly. Water jars passed from hand to hand. Some workers slept briefly against stone surfaces warmed by sunlight. Hori sat beside several older laborers while chewing coarse bread. One man carefully removed his sandals and rubbed his swollen feet. Another stared silently toward the Nile far beyond the construction grounds. From where they rested, the pyramid towered above them like an artificial cliff. The size of it seemed even greater up close. Individual blocks were massive. Some stood taller than a man. Looking upward too long made Hori dizzy. "How high do you think it will reach?" he asked quietly. The older workers exchanged tired smiles. "Higher than any of us will climb," one finally answered. No one laughed loudly. They were too tired for that. But the small smile remained. Nearby, scribes continued their endless recording. Even rest periods had organization. Supplies were counted carefully because feeding thousands of workers required constant planning. Grain shipments arrived regularly along the Nile. Livestock was tracked. Fish deliveries were inspected. Clay jars of beer lined storage rooms beneath shaded roofs. The pyramid demanded not only stone, but systems. Without organization, nothing moved. And ancient Egypt was a civilization deeply devoted to order. The workers understood this even if they never spoke about it directly. The river itself taught such lessons. The Nile flooded in rhythms. Farming followed cycles. Seasons returned carefully each year. The stars crossed the heavens with dependable patterns. Everything belonged to order. The pyramid belonged to order too. As afternoon slowly approached, work resumed fully. The heat became heavy and almost dreamlike. Air shimmered above the sand. Far in the distance, the horizon sometimes appeared to ripple like water. Workers narrowed their eyes against the brightness while continuing their tasks with patient endurance. Hori and his team began hauling another block. His shoulders ached now. Each pull felt slower than before. Still, the work continued because stopping completely was rarely possible during daylight hours. The supervisors pushed for steady progress whenever conditions allowed. Large projects survived through consistency, not bursts of speed. The hauling ramp ahead climbed gradually upward. Workers positioned themselves carefully for the incline. Extra men joined the ropes. Wooden supports were placed behind the sledge during pauses to prevent sliding backward. Again the command came. Again the workers leaned forward together. The block moved inch by inch. Sweat dripped from faces onto stone-darkened sand. Arms trembled with effort. Sandals scraped against the ramp surface while ropes stretched tight as animal sinew. Above them the pyramid waited silently. Immense. Unmoving. Patient. Hori sometimes felt strange while working near it. As if the structure already existed beyond time itself. As if it had always stood there waiting for human hands to slowly reveal it beneath the desert sky. The thought made him uneasy. But also proud. Because every stone he helped move would remain long after his own footsteps vanished from the earth. By late afternoon shadows finally began to lengthen. The worst heat slowly weakened. A soft wind drifted across the worksite carrying the smell of dust, sweat, hot stone, and distant river water. Workers moved slightly easier now. The end of the Labor Day approached little by little. Birds returned toward the Nile reeds. The sunlight deepened into warmer colors. Somewhere near the lower ramps, a toolmaker sat sharpening copper blades for tomorrow's work. Sparks flashed briefly against stone. Nearby, cooks already prepared evening meals for the returning labor crews. The entire pyramid city shifted through familiar rhythms every single day. Morning labor. Midday heat. Evening return. Night rest. Then everything beginning again beneath the stars. As the sun lowered further, final tasks were completed carefully. Tools were collected. Ropes inspected. Unfinished work areas secured. Scribes marked records onto papyrus with tired hands. Hori's team finally released their ropes beside a staging platform halfway up one of the ramps. The stone they hauled today would move higher tomorrow. And higher again after that. Nothing happened quickly here. Even greatness rose slowly from repetition. Hori stretched his aching arms while looking westward. The desert beyond the pyramid glowed deep orange beneath the descending sun. For a few quiet moments, the entire construction site seemed softer. Less harsh. The noise faded slightly while workers began their journeys back toward the camps. Some spoke quietly together. Others walked in silence. Fatigue settled over everyone like dust. As darkness slowly approached, cooking fires once again appeared across the workers' village. Bread baked. Fish roasted. Clay cups passed from hand to hand. Children ran between mud brick homes while older workers rested against walls beneath the cooling evening air. The pyramid stood watching over all of it. Huge against the darkening sky. Unfinished still. Hori sat outside beside his brother once more. Their meal was simple but filling after the long day. Around them the sounds of the village softened little by little. Somewhere nearby, someone quietly played a reed flute. The music drifted gently through the warm night air. Above the camp, stars slowly returned. Tomorrow would bring the same labor again. The same ropes. The same stone. The same burning sunlight against pale limestone. And yet no 2 days ever felt completely identical. Small changes always appeared. New workers arrived. Old injuries healed slowly. Ramps climbed higher. The pyramid changed shape almost without anyone noticing. Human lives moved quietly beneath something larger than themselves. The night deepened. Voices faded. The Nile continued flowing patiently through the darkness beside the sleeping land of Egypt. And far above the resting workers, the unfinished pyramid waited silently for another dawn. Before the sun returned, before the birds crossed the pale edge of the Nile reeds, the workers slept beneath a sky full of cold white stars. The desert at night could feel surprisingly gentle. After the endless brightness of the day, darkness softened everything. The stone ramps lost their sharp edges. The dust settled quietly onto the ground. Even the Great Pyramid itself seemed calmer beneath moonlight, less like a monument of impossible labor and more like a silent hill rising from the sleeping earth. Inside the workers' village, the fires slowly burned low. Most homes were small mud brick rooms with flat roofs and narrow doorways built to hold back the heat. Families rested close together on woven mats stuffed with reeds or dried plant fibers. Clay jars stood beside walls. Sandals rested near entrances. Tools leaned in corners where dust gathered during the night. The air smelled faintly of smoke, bread, sweat, and river mud carried from the Nile. Hori slept lightly. Years of labor had taught his body to wake easily. Even in darkness, part of him listened for movement outside. The sound of footsteps. A distant voice. The shifting wind. At some point before dawn, he opened his eyes. For a moment he remained still, listening. Someone nearby was already awake, grinding grain with a heavy stone. The slow scraping rhythm moved through the quiet village like a distant heartbeat. Somewhere farther away, a baby cried briefly before silence returned again. Hori sat up slowly. His shoulders still hurt from the hauling work the day before. Deep soreness rested inside his arms and back, not sharp pain, but the steady heaviness that never fully disappeared anymore. Many older workers carried such pain constantly. Their bodies slowly changed beneath years of lifting, pulling, climbing, and cutting stone beneath the Egyptian sun. Outside, the night air felt cool against his skin. The stars above were beginning to fade. Near the cooking fires, several women prepared morning meals while speaking softly together. The workers needed food before the labor began again. Bread dough was already being shaped by practiced hands. Clay ovens warmed gradually with rising heat. Water jars were checked carefully. Food mattered deeply here. Without steady supplies, the entire construction effort weakened. Thousands of people depended on organization so ordinary that it almost disappeared into daily life. Bakers woke before everyone else. Fishermen worked the river before sunrise. Farmers measured grain. Carriers hauled water across dusty roads. Herdsmen guided cattle slowly through narrow paths beside the settlement. The pyramid stood because countless invisible tasks were completed every day without praise. Hori walked toward the edge of the village where he could see the dark outline of the pyramid against the horizon. Even unfinished, it dominated the land completely. Some mornings the sight filled him with pride. Other mornings it only made him tired. Today it made him quiet. Beside him, another laborer stood silently watching the same distant shape. The man was older, with gray beginning to show through his beard. His hands were thick and rough from years of quarry work. Neither spoke for a while. The desert did not always require conversation. At last the older man pointed toward the sky. "The heat will come early today," he murmured. Hori looked upward. Thin clouds stretched faintly above the horizon. The older workers often understood the weather better than anyone else. Tiny changes in wind, air, or light became important when entire days were spent outside beneath open skies. Soon the eastern horizon began to glow softly. Dark blue faded into pale silver. Then faint gold. Morning returned slowly across the land of Egypt. As sunlight touched the highest stones of the pyramid once more, the workers' village fully awakened. Sandals struck packed earth pathways. Supervisors moved between groups calling assignments. Donkeys brayed impatiently near supply carts. Smoke rose from ovens into the cool morning air. The Labor Day began again. This morning Hori's crew received different work. Instead of hauling finished blocks upward, they were assigned near one of the limestone quarries not far from the main construction grounds. Fresh stone would be needed soon, and quarry teams had been falling behind schedule. So after eating quickly, Hori joined a line of workers moving toward the eastern quarry roads. The sun climbed steadily as they walked. Dust rose around their feet. Ahead of them the quarry slowly appeared from the desert floor, carved into the earth like a wound in the pale stone landscape. Huge sections of limestone had already been removed over the years. Terraces and cut walls stretched downward into the ground where teams of laborers already worked beneath the growing heat. The sounds reached them first. Hammering. Scraping. Stone cracking. Voices echoing against rock surfaces. The quarry smelled different from the pyramid site itself. Here the air carried fresh stone dust so thick that it sometimes coated the tongue and throat. Fine white powder clung to skin and eyelashes. Workers often wrapped cloth across their mouths while cutting limestone beneath the bright morning sun. A supervisor directed Hori's crew toward a newly marked section of quarry wall. Nearby, skilled stone cutters carefully inspected natural lines within the limestone. Experience mattered greatly here. Good quarry workers learned to read stone almost like language. They searched for hidden fractures, soft spots, and stable surfaces before striking a single blow. Mistakes could waste enormous amounts of labor. One master cutter crouched beside the wall, running his fingers across the surface thoughtfully. Then he marked several narrow lines using red pigment. The cutting began. Copper chisels struck carefully at first. Small grooves appeared in the limestone. Then deeper cuts. Workers moved in rhythm beside one another, their hammer blows blending together into steady patterns that echoed through the quarry. Some used stone pounding balls to break rough sections free. Others carried away debris in baskets strapped across their backs. The work required patience more than speed. Every block had to be shaped carefully before transport even became possible. Hori joined several men widening a narrow trench around the base of a future block. Dust filled the air immediately. His arms shook slightly each time the hammer struck. Tiny fragments of limestone scattered across the ground. The sun climbed higher. Inside the quarry the heat became trapped between pale stone walls. Air barely moved. Sweat rolled down workers' faces and disappeared into white dust coating their skin. Still the labor continued. Hour after hour. At times the quarry sounded almost musical in its repetition. Thousands of small strikes against stone blending into endless rhythm beneath the desert sky. Between tasks, workers drank carefully rationed water from shared jars. No one wasted it. Water carriers moved constantly through the quarry paths balancing heavy containers across wooden poles. Their work looked less difficult than hauling stone, but many collapsed from exhaustion during extreme heat. Every task near the pyramid carried its own burden. By midday the sunlight above the quarry walls burned almost white. Workers rested briefly beneath shaded cloth coverings stretched beside storage areas. Bread and onions were passed around quietly. Some men rubbed aching wrists and shoulders. Others simply closed their eyes for a few moments while breathing slowly through the heat. Hori sat against a limestone wall beside a worker named Beck. Beck had worked near the pyramid for almost 10 years now. He spoke slowly, often after long silences, as though thoughts needed time to travel through the heat before becoming words. When I first came here, Beck said quietly, the pyramid looked small from the river. Hori glanced toward him. Small. Beck nodded faintly. Not truly small. But smaller than now. Every season it changes. The older worker picked up a loose stone fragment and turned it thoughtfully in his hands. One day people will look at it and forget how slowly it grew. Hori listened carefully. Around them, the resting workers remained mostly silent. Too much talking wasted energy during the hottest part of the day. Beyond the quarry edge, the pyramid shimmered faintly through waves of heated air. Massive. Patient. Growing. After the short rest, work resumed once more. Now the quarry teams prepared to separate one of the partially cut limestone blocks from the quarry floor itself. Wooden wedges were hammered deep into narrow cracks surrounding the block. Water was poured carefully across the wood. Slowly the wedges expanded. Tiny cracking sounds appeared within the stone. Workers listened closely. Then, at last, with a deep grinding sound, the limestone block shifted slightly free from the earth. No one cheered loudly. The workers simply nodded and continued. Victories here were usually quiet. The freed block still required shaping, smoothing, and transport before it ever reached the pyramid ramps. Days of additional labor remained ahead for that single stone alone. Hori spent much of the afternoon clearing broken debris away from transport paths. Basket after basket of stone fragments left his shoulders aching badly. Dust settled thickly into his hair until he looked almost gray beneath the sunlight. Nearby, one worker sliced his palm accidentally while adjusting a chisel. Blood mixed strangely with white limestone powder across his skin. A nearby healer cleaned and wrapped the wound quickly using linen strips before sending the man to lighter duties. Injuries were common. So were healers. The pyramid workforce depended heavily on people who understood bones, cuts, fevers, and exhaustion. Broken fingers, crushed feet, strained backs, and heat sickness followed laborers constantly. Some recovered quickly. Others never fully healed. Yet life around the construction grounds continued moving forward. The stone always needed lifting. The ramps always needed repair. The records always needed writing. Late in the afternoon, clouds drifted briefly across the sun. A soft murmur passed through the quarry workers as shadows cooled the limestone walls for a few precious moments. Men lifted their faces slightly toward the dimmed sky. Even tiny relief from the heat felt valuable. Then the sunlight returned again. As the day slowly neared its end, the quarry teams prepared several finished blocks for transport. Wooden sledges were positioned carefully beneath them using levers, rollers, and great effort from coordinated crews. Nothing moved quickly. Every action required planning. The pyramid rose not through sudden miracles, but through endless careful movements repeated thousands upon thousands of times. Hori watched one massive block finally settle onto a transport sledge after hours of preparation. Tomorrow another team would begin hauling it toward the construction ramps. Perhaps weeks later it would rest somewhere high above the desert floor inside the growing pyramid itself. And someday, far beyond Hori's lifetime, strangers from distant lands might stare upward at those same stones beneath entirely different skies. But none of the workers thought very much about the distant future. Their world was smaller. More immediate. Their thoughts focused on water, food, soreness, weather, and tomorrow's labor. As evening approached, the quarry slowly emptied. Tools were counted carefully before departure. Broken chisels were collected for repair. Water jars nearly empty from the long heat were carried back toward the settlement paths. Hori walked slowly beside Beck during the return journey. The sunlight had softened now into warm amber colors spreading across the desert. Long shadows stretched from the pyramid ramps. Workers moved across them like tiny dark figures against glowing stone. For a while both men remained silent. Then Beck spoke again. "When the wind is quiet at night," he said softly, "you can hear the stone settling." Hori frowned slightly. "The stone?" Beck nodded. "The pyramid speaks sometimes." Hori looked toward the enormous structure in the distance. He was not sure whether the older worker truly believed such things. But in the fading evening light, with the desert growing cool once more and the great unfinished pyramid towering over the land, the idea did not seem impossible. By the time they reached the workers' village, smoke already drifted upward from cooking fires again. Children carried water jars between homes. A dog barked lazily somewhere near the bread ovens. The familiar smell of evening meals wrapped gently around the settlement. Another Labor Day had ended. But the pyramid remained. Always waiting. Always unfinished. Always rising slowly beneath the endless Egyptian sky. The night wind moved gently along the outer walls of the workers' village. After the heat of the quarry, the cool darkness felt almost unreal against tired skin. Men rested beside low fires while small orange sparks drifted upward into the black sky. The smell of baked bread still lingered in the air. Somewhere beyond the sleeping homes, the Nile moved quietly through the darkness, steady as it had always been. Hori lay awake for a while listening to the sounds around him. A reed flute played softly in the distance. Someone laughed once, then stopped. Nearby, an old laborer coughed heavily before silence returned again. The village slowly settled into sleep beneath the stars. But even during the quietest hours of the night, the pyramid never truly rested. Torches still burned near the lower ramps. Guards walked slowly along storage areas. Scribes protected records inside cool chambers where papyrus rolls were stacked carefully in wooden containers. Bakers were already preparing grain for the next morning. Water carriers filled jars beside the riverbanks before sunrise heat returned. Thousands of small tasks continued while most workers slept. The pyramid demanded constant attention. Hori closed his eyes at last. His muscles still ached from quarry work, but exhaustion pulled him downward quickly. Soon he drifted into shallow dreams filled with stone, dust, ropes, and endless sunlight reflecting from pale limestone walls. Then, slowly, morning returned again. The eastern sky brightened little by little behind the distant desert hills. Birds stirred among the reeds near the Nile. Cool air drifted through narrow village paths before the heat could chase it away. Hori woke to the smell of grain porridge cooking nearby. He sat up carefully. His back felt stiff today. For a few moments he remained still, rubbing sleep from his eyes while watching pale light spread across the mud brick walls around him. The village looked soft before sunrise. Gentle. Almost peaceful enough to forget the labor waiting ahead. Almost. Outside, workers already moved through the narrow pathways carrying tools and water jars. Sandals scraped softly across packed earth. Smoke rose into the early morning sky. The pyramid stood in the distance, its upper stones glowing faintly beneath the first sunlight. Each day it looked slightly different. The changes were small, nearly invisible from one morning to the next. But over seasons and years, those tiny changes transformed the desert itself. The structure now towered above everything nearby. Even travelers approaching from far along the Nile could see it long before reaching the settlement. Some stopped rowing just to stare upward in silence. Others whispered prayers. Many ordinary Egyptians would never see such a thing in their lives again. After eating quickly, Hori joined a transport crew assigned to one of the lower ramps. The stone blocks prepared yesterday at the quarry had already begun arriving near the pyramid base before sunrise. Teams of workers organized themselves carefully beside the transport routes. This morning the air felt heavier than usual. The older workers noticed immediately. Rain was rare in this land, but moisture sometimes drifted northward from distant places beyond Egypt. On such days the heat clung to the skin differently. Sweat did not dry as quickly. Breathing felt slower. The workers said little about it. Complaining changed nothing. Hori took his place beside the hauling ropes. Today's limestone block was enormous even compared to most others. The surface had already been smoothed by skilled cutters. Fine pale dust coated the edges where tools had shaped the stone. Nearby, a supervisor inspected the ropes carefully. Frayed rope could kill men. Everything had to be checked. Wooden sledges groaned softly under the weight while workers prepared the ramp path ahead. Water was poured across the sand and packed earth to reduce friction. Wooden supports waited nearby for rest pauses during the climb. At last the order came. The workers leaned forward together. The ropes tightened. Nothing moved. Then slowly, almost unwillingly, the giant block began sliding upward. A deep scraping sound echoed against the stone surfaces surrounding the ramp. Feet pressed hard into the earth. Shoulders strained. Dozens of bodies moved together in practiced rhythm beneath the growing sunlight. The lower ramps around the pyramid were already crowded with activity. Teams carried tools upward. Stonemasons worked along unfinished surfaces shaping blocks with astonishing precision. Water carriers climbed carefully between laborers. Supervisors called instructions across the noise of labor. Above everything stood the pyramid itself. Immense. Silent. Watching over the movement below like a mountain made by human patience. Hori focused on the rope in his hands. Pull. Step. Breathe. Pull again. That rhythm became the entire world during hauling work. Thought slowly disappeared beneath physical effort. The body moved almost automatically after enough hours passed. The morning sunlight grew brighter. Sweat darkened linen clothing quickly. Dust stuck against damp skin. Beside Hori, one younger worker struggled to maintain pace. His breathing became uneven. An older laborer quietly shifted closer to help support the rope tension without drawing attention from supervisors. Such things happened often. Workers depended on one another more than rules. No man hauled these stones alone. Far above them, near the upper construction levels, tiny figures moved carefully along narrow ledges. Looking upward too long made Hori uneasy. Some workers climbed remarkable heights carrying tools and supplies across unfinished sections where one wrong step could mean death. And yet, after years near the pyramid, many laborers treated those heights almost casually. People adapted to strange worlds when they lived inside them long enough. By mid-morning the transport crew reached a resting platform halfway up the ramp system. The limestone block was secured carefully using heavy wooden braces. Workers stepped back slowly, breathing hard. Some stretched sore arms. Others drank water silently. Hori leaned against the warm stone wall beside the ramp while catching his breath. From here he could see much of the surrounding landscape spread beneath the pyramid. The Nile shimmered in the distance beneath sunlight. Green farmland bordered the riverbanks in long narrow strips full of life. Tiny boats drifted slowly across the water carrying grain, fish, workers, and supplies between settlements. Beyond the green land stretched endless desert in pale gold waves beneath the open sky. The contrast always fascinated him. Life and emptiness side by side. River and desert. Movement and silence. A nearby mason chipped carefully at a limestone block while humming softly to himself. Tiny stone fragments scattered near his feet. The sound was strangely calming. Tap. 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 Every block required shaping after transport. Even slight imperfections mattered. The pyramid's outer surfaces needed careful alignment so the structure remained stable as it climbed higher into the sky. The skilled masons earned respect among the workers. Their hands carried knowledge others did not possess. One older mason named Intef often worked near Hori's crew. His beard had become almost completely white over the years, yet his hands remained steady while shaping stone. This morning Hori watched him inspect a newly placed block. Intef ran his fingertips slowly along the seam between two stones. Then he nodded once. "Good," he murmured. That single word carried quiet satisfaction. No loud praise existed here. Only small acknowledgments that the work continued properly. As the rest break ended, the crews prepared to move again. Higher now. The ramp narrowed gradually as elevation increased. More caution became necessary with every step. Workers positioned themselves carefully around the sledge while supervisors watched constantly for mistakes. Again the ropes tightened. Again the great stone began moving upward inch by inch. The heat intensified near midday. Sunlight reflected from limestone surfaces with painful brightness. Some workers wrapped extra cloth around their heads and faces to protect against glare and drifting dust. Still the labor continued. The pyramid rose through repetition. Endless repetition. Far below, new stones waited near the base ramps. Far above, finished surfaces gleamed beneath the sun. And between them moved the workers like flowing water carrying the pyramid slowly toward completion. At midday the crews finally rested beneath shaded coverings stretched beside a higher platform. The air barely moved here. Everything smelled of hot stone and dust. Workers sat closely together in the narrow shade while eating bread, onions, and dried fish. Clay jars passed carefully from hand to hand. Some men slept almost immediately despite the heat. Hori sat near the edge of the platform where faint breezes occasionally reached from the open desert. Below him the workers' village looked very small. Tiny mud brick homes. Tiny pathways. Tiny fires. It seemed strange that entire lives existed down there while the pyramid itself consumed so much human effort above. Intef the mason lowered himself beside Hori with a tired sigh. For a while neither spoke. Then the older man looked upward toward the unfinished top of the pyramid. "When I was young," Intef said quietly, "I believed kings built these places." Hori listened carefully. Intef brushed limestone dust from his hands. "But kings only give orders," he continued. "It is ordinary people who lift the stones." His voice carried no bitterness. Only calm truth. Around them the resting workers remained mostly silent beneath the heavy heat. Somewhere nearby, someone softly sang an old river song almost too quietly to hear. The afternoon labor began again. Hours passed slowly. The sky above remained clear and white with heat. Sweat rolled constantly across workers' faces. Muscles burned from repeated strain. Yet somehow the crews continued moving. Human beings could endure astonishing hardship when life demanded it. Late in the afternoon, a sudden gust of desert wind swept across the ramps. Dust rose everywhere. Workers shielded their eyes while cloth coverings snapped sharply in the wind. Fine sand drifted across the pyramid surfaces like smoke. The gust lasted only moments. Then stillness returned. But afterward the entire site felt slightly different. Cooler somehow. Softer. The sunlight slowly deepened toward evening colors. At last the transport crew secured their stone near one of the upper working levels. Skilled placement teams would handle the final positioning tomorrow. Hori released the rope slowly. His hands burned badly now. Raw skin showed beneath layers of dust and sweat. Around him other workers stretched aching backs while preparing for the long climb downward. The descent always felt quieter than the morning ascent. Exhaustion silenced most conversation. Workers simply wanted rest. As Hori carefully moved down the ramps beside hundreds of others, he glanced once more toward the western horizon. The sun hung low above the desert now, huge and orange through drifting dust. Its light washed across the pyramid in warm gold. For a few moments the entire structure seemed almost unreal. Not harsh. Not heavy. Beautiful. Then the moment passed. The workers continued downward. Below them evening fires were already beginning to appear across the village once more. Another Labor Day was ending beneath the ancient Egyptian sky. And still the pyramid waited for tomorrow. Evening settled slowly across the pyramid grounds. The last sunlight stretched across the limestone blocks in long bands of gold and amber before fading into softer shades of gray. Workers descended the ramps in tired lines, their sandals scraping gently against stone paths worn smooth by years of labor. The Great Pyramid stood above them all, silent against the darkening sky. Hori walked carefully beside the others. Every muscle in his body felt heavy now. His shoulders throbbed from hauling rope. His hands burned where the rough fibers had rubbed against his skin all day long. Dust covered nearly every part of him. Limestone powder clung to his hair, his arms, even the folds of his linen clothing. Yet none of this felt unusual anymore. The workers carried exhaustion the way desert travelers carried sand inside their sandals. It followed them constantly. Quietly. Day after day. Below the ramps, the workers' village slowly came alive again with evening routines. Cooking fires glowed beside mud brick homes. Children carried small baskets of grain. Women prepared bread dough while speaking softly together. The smell of roasting fish drifted through the warm air. Nearby, a donkey brayed impatiently while someone unloaded supply jars from a wooden cart arriving late from the river. The sounds were ordinary. Comforting, even. After the endless strain of the pyramid, many workers found peace in simple routines. Washing dust from the face. Sitting beside familiar voices. Eating warm bread while darkness slowly covered the desert. Hori paused near one of the communal water basins. Several laborers stood nearby rinsing dust from their arms and necks. The water quickly turned cloudy white from limestone powder. One older man poured water slowly over his swollen feet while sighing with relief. No one hurried during these evening moments. The work was finished for now. That alone felt precious. As darkness deepened, torches were lit along the main pathways between the storage buildings and worker quarters. Their small flames flickered gently in the warm night air. Hori returned to the low mud brick home he shared with his brother. Inside, the room remained pleasantly cool compared to the lingering heat outside. Clay jars rested against the walls. A reed mat covered part of the floor. Small woven baskets held onions, dried herbs, and grain. His brother was already there, sitting quietly while repairing a worn sandal strap with careful fingers. "You climbed high today," his brother said without looking up. Hori nodded slowly. "The ramps feel steeper every week." His brother gave a faint smile. "That means the pyramid is growing." For a moment both men sat in silence. Outside, voices drifted softly through the village. Somewhere nearby, someone was singing to a child. Farther away, a group of workers laughed quietly around a fire before the sound faded into the night. Hori ate slowly. Bread. Fish. A few dates. Simple food, but enough to quiet the deep hunger created by long labor beneath the sun. After eating, he stepped back outside. The night sky above Egypt looked endless. Without clouds, the stars appeared sharp and bright across the darkness. Hori often wondered how many workers before him had stood beneath those same stars after long days of labor. Perhaps thousands. Perhaps more. The pyramid itself became almost black at night. Only the lower torchlights revealed parts of its immense shape. The upper sections disappeared into shadow, blending with the sky itself. Nearby, several older laborers rested beside a fire. Hori recognized Beck among them and slowly joined the group. No one objected. The workers often gathered quietly during the evenings, not for loud celebration, but simply to sit together after surviving another day. The fire crackled softly. Warm orange light flickered across tired faces lined with dust and age. One man sharpened a copper tool while another repaired a rope harness using patient hands. Their movements were slow beneath the peaceful night air. Beck stared toward the dark outline of the pyramid. "When I was a boy," he said quietly, "I thought the kings were like gods." No one interrupted him. "But now," he continued, "I think even kings are only people who grow old and tired." The workers listened silently. A soft wind drifted through the village paths carrying the smell of river water and smoke. "The stones remain longer than all of us," another man murmured. The fire cracked again. No one spoke for a while after that. The workers did not fear silence. Their days were already full of noise. Hammering stone. Supervisors shouting orders. Ropes groaning beneath heavy loads. Sand grinding beneath sledges. Night gave them quiet again. And quiet felt valuable. Far away, beyond the village, the Nile continued moving steadily through the darkness. The river shaped everything here. Without it, there would be no grain, no workers, no settlements, no pyramid. During flood seasons the waters spread across the land, leaving rich black soil behind. Farmers planted crops. Villages survived. Egypt endured because the river returned faithfully each year. Many laborers working near the pyramid had once spent most of their lives farming near the Nile banks. Some still did during certain seasons. When floodwaters covered the fields, labor crews often traveled to the pyramid sites where food and shelter were provided in exchange for work. Others remained year-round as permanent skilled laborers. The pyramid gathered people from many places. Stonecutters from quarry regions. Boatmen from river villages. Carpenters from towns farther south. Tool makers. Bakers. Healers. Scribes. Haulers. Every person became part of something larger than themselves. Even if most would never see the finished structure. The night grew deeper. One by one, workers slowly returned to their homes. Tomorrow's labor waited already beyond the darkness. Hori finally lay down upon his reed mat. Outside, the village sounds faded little by little until only distant footsteps and the occasional movement of animals remained. His body felt exhausted in a deep and steady way. The kind of exhaustion that reached the bones. But there was comfort in it too. Work gave shape to the days. Morning labor. Midday heat. Evening rest. Then sleep beneath the stars. Hori closed his eyes. For a while he listened to the wind moving softly outside. Then sleep carried him away again. Before sunrise, the village awakened once more. Darkness still covered the land when the first cooking fires appeared. Small orange glows flickered between the mud-brick homes while workers slowly rose from sleep. The air felt cooler today. A gentle breeze drifted from the river. Hori stepped outside and looked toward the horizon where the faintest pale light had begun touching the edge of the world. Already he could hear movement near the storage buildings. Carts rolling. Workers gathering tools. Supervisors speaking quietly with scribes. The pyramid loomed above everything, enormous and still. It seemed impossible that human hands could continue changing something so large day after day. Yet they did. Every sunrise brought more labor. This morning Hori's crew received work near the river docks instead of the ramps. Fresh limestone shipments were arriving by boat from distant quarries upriver, and unloading them required large numbers of workers. The journey toward the Nile felt different from climbing the pyramid ramps. The air near the river carried moisture and the smell of wet reeds. Birds moved through the marsh grasses while fishing boats drifted quietly across the morning water. As the workers approached the docks, the eastern sky brightened fully with sunrise. Golden light spread across the Nile. The river looked peaceful from a distance, almost sleepy. But near the docks, activity had already begun. Large transport boats rested against wooden platforms built from thick timbers lashed tightly together. Their hulls sat low in the water beneath enormous limestone blocks stacked carefully for balance. Boat crews shouted instructions while dock workers prepared ropes and wooden rollers. The entire riverside smelled of mud, wet wood, fish, and river plants warming beneath the morning sun. Hori had always liked the river. After so much time among dry stone and dust, the sight of moving water felt calming. The Nile carried life through Egypt quietly and steadily, asking for nothing. One of the dock supervisors raised his arm. The unloading began. Heavy ropes tightened around the stone blocks while teams of workers positioned rollers beneath wooden sledges. Each movement had to remain coordinated. A mistake beside the docks could crack valuable stone or throw men into dangerous positions beneath shifting weight. The first block slowly moved from the boat. Wood groaned loudly. Ropes stretched tight. Workers leaned backward with controlled force while others guided the stone carefully from the sides. The block descended onto the dock platform with a deep heavy sound. Then another followed. And another. The labor here differed from ramp hauling, but it remained exhausting in its own way. Constant lifting. Pulling. Stabilizing enormous weight beneath growing heat. By mid-morning the sun reflected brightly from the river surface. Sweat rolled down workers' backs while insects drifted lazily through the reeds nearby. Boat crews drank water and repaired worn ropes between unloading tasks. Hori paused briefly beside the riverbank during a short rest. Nearby, an old fisherman sat mending a net while watching the dock activity quietly. The fisherman's hands moved slowly through the tangled fibers. "You build mountains from stone," the old man said softly without looking up. Hori glanced toward the pyramid visible in the distance beyond the riverbank. "It feels that way sometimes," he answered. The fisherman nodded once. "The river builds too," he murmured. Then he returned to his work. Hori stood silently for a moment longer listening to the water moving against the dock supports. The Nile never hurried. It simply continued. Day after day. Season after season. Like the laborers themselves. Soon the supervisors called the workers back again. More stone weighted. More ropes. More lifting beneath the rising Egyptian sun. And above it all, far beyond the riverbanks and the village and the endless labor below, the unfinished pyramid continued reaching slowly upward into the brightening sky. The river shimmered beneath the late morning sun. Small waves touched the wooden dock supports with gentle, repeating sounds while workers continued unloading limestone from the transport boats. The Nile moved slowly beside them, calm and ancient, carrying reeds, drifting leaves, and tiny reflections of sunlight across its surface. Hori wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his arm. Already the heat was beginning to settle heavily across the riverside. The workers moved carefully around the stone blocks resting on the docks. Thick ropes stretched across the wooden platforms. Rollers creaked beneath the weight of sledges. Supervisors walked back and forth, watching every movement with sharp attention. The river work demanded patience. Too much force could crack a block. Too little coordination could injure men. Everything depended on rhythm and timing. A signal was given. Another limestone block slowly slid forward from one of the boats. Workers braced themselves against the ropes. The heavy stone moved inch by inch. Wood groaned. Water splashed softly against the hull. A flock of birds suddenly lifted from the reeds nearby, circling once above the river before disappearing southward into the bright sky. Hori noticed small things like that more often now. Perhaps long labor taught people to value quiet moments. A cool breeze. Birdsong. Shade beneath a wall. The smell of bread in the evening. Tiny comforts became important when days were filled with stone and heat. By midday, several new blocks rested along the dockside transport area waiting for hauling crews to move them inland toward the pyramid grounds. The workers finally paused for rest beneath stretched linen shades tied between wooden poles. The shade was thin, but even thin shade felt precious. Hori sat beside a stack of rope coils while eating slowly from a piece of flat bread. Nearby, men drank from clay jars and spoke quietly together. One younger laborer rubbed his wrists painfully. "Too much dock work," he muttered. An older worker sitting nearby shook his head faintly. "There is no easy work here." No one argued. The truth was too obvious. Farther along the docks, boat crews repaired damaged sections of wood using copper tools and wooden pegs. Some boats had traveled great distances carrying stone from quarries far upriver. The journeys could take many days depending on water levels and wind. The Nile connected everything. Without boats, pyramid construction would slow almost to nothing. Stone, wood, food, tools, workers, all moved across the river in endless steady motion. Hori looked toward the distant pyramid rising beyond the settlement. Even from here it dominated the horizon completely. The sunlight reflected from its limestone surfaces so brightly that sometimes it hurt to stare directly at it. Around the pyramid itself, tiny moving figures could still be seen climbing ramps and carrying supplies despite the midday heat. The work never truly stopped. Only shifted. Rest ended sooner than anyone wished. The supervisors began assigning transport teams to move the unloaded stone inland before evening. Hori's crew joined one of the hauling lines immediately. The limestone block before them looked enormous resting on its heavy wooden sledge. Thick rope loops hung from the front like giant woven snakes waiting to tighten. Workers took their positions. Sand was watered carefully along the transport path. Then the pulling began again. The first movement always felt hardest. The stone resisted like something alive buried deep within the earth itself. Muscles strained. Feet dug into damp sand. Workers leaned their full body weight against the ropes while supervisors called slow rhythmic commands. At last the sledge moved. A deep scraping sound rolled across the dockyard. Step by step the transport crew pulled the block away from the river and toward the pyramid roads beyond the village. The heat pressed down heavily now. The air smelled of mud, sweat, rope fibers, and wet limestone baking beneath the sun. Hori focused on breathing steadily. Pull. Step. Pull again. The rhythm returned once more. It always returned. Some workers quietly sang under their breath while hauling. Not full songs. Only repeated phrases spoken almost like prayers to keep movements together. The road from the docks climbed gradually upward away from the Nile. Dust replaced the damp river earth little by little. Soon the cool smell of water faded behind them, replaced again by the dry scent of desert stone. As the transport line passed near the workers' village, children stopped to watch from shaded doorways. Some pointed excitedly at the massive limestone block while older family members pulled them gently aside to keep clear of the ropes. For the children growing up here, the pyramid was part of everyday life. Not yet an ancient wonder. Only something always present on the horizon. Like the river. Like the desert. Like the sun. Hori sometimes wondered what these children would remember when they became old. Would they remember the endless labor? The dust storms? The aching heat? Or only the sight of the pyramid slowly climbing higher year after year above their homes? The hauling path curved toward the lower construction grounds where activity remained constant despite the afternoon sun. Stonecutters shaped blocks beneath shaded coverings. Water carriers moved carefully between crews. Carpenters repaired sledges damaged by heavy transport. Everywhere men worked. Everywhere tools struck stone in steady rhythms. The pyramid site felt less like a single construction project and more like an entire living city built around labor itself. As Hori's crew approached the staging area, a loud crack suddenly echoed nearby. Several workers turned immediately. One of the wooden rollers beneath another transport sledge had split under pressure. The heavy stone shifted dangerously sideways. Shouts rose across the worksite. Workers rushed forward with support beams and wedges before the sledge could overturn completely. For a few tense moments everything became chaotic. Dust rose into the air. Men strained against ropes. Supervisors shouted instructions sharply. Then slowly, carefully, the stone stabilized again. No one had been crushed. A quiet wave of relief passed through the nearby crews. Accidents like this were feared deeply. The pyramid consumed enough strength already without taking lives unnecessarily. Afterward the work resumed almost immediately. There was little time for lingering fear. The stone still needed moving. Always more stone. Always another task waiting. By late afternoon the sunlight softened slightly. Long shadows stretched across the lower ramps and staging grounds. Workers moved more slowly now, exhaustion visible in every step. Hori's crew finally delivered their limestone block beside a line of others waiting for placement teams. The moment the rope slackened, several workers simply stood silently catching their breath. Their bodies trembled faintly from effort. Hori flexed his aching hands. Red marks crossed his palms where the rope had rubbed skin raw again. Beside him, Beck slowly lowered himself onto a stone block with a tired groan. "Young men think strength lasts forever," the older worker murmured. Hori gave a faint smile. "And old men?" Beck stared toward the pyramid for a long moment before answering. "Old men know the stone always wins." The sunlight deepened toward evening gold. Across the pyramid grounds, labor crews slowly began ending the day's work. Tools were collected. Ramps inspected. Supplies covered against drifting night sand. The sounds of labor gradually softened. Hammering slowed. Voices quieted. The desert wind returned gently across the open stone surfaces. Hori walked toward the village beside the others. Dust coated everyone now in pale layers that blurred the difference between skin, linen, and stone itself. The workers almost looked carved from the quarry. As they passed the lower pyramid walls, Hori glanced upward once more. Far above, near the unfinished upper levels, several tiny figures still moved carefully against the glowing evening sky. Even at this hour some crews continued. Perhaps trying to finish a difficult placement before darkness. Perhaps simply ordered to remain longer. The pyramid demanded time from everyone. Some gave seasons. Some gave years. Some gave nearly their entire lives. The village fires were already burning when Hori finally arrived back among the mud-brick homes. The smell of evening meals drifted warmly through the cooling air. Children's voices echoed softly between the narrow pathways. Somewhere nearby, a woman sang quietly while grinding grain for tomorrow morning. After the endless brightness and strain of the day, these ordinary sounds felt strangely peaceful. Hori washed dust from his arms beside a clay basin. The water turned cloudy white almost immediately. Nearby, an elderly healer examined a worker's swollen ankle beneath torchlight while speaking calmly to him. Such scenes were common each evening. Bodies needed care after long labor beneath the Egyptian sun. Inside his home, Hori's brother had already prepared part of the evening meal. They ate mostly in silence. The tiredness between them no longer required explanation. Outside, darkness slowly spread across the settlement. One by one the evening voices softened. The stars returned overhead. And above the sleeping village, the unfinished pyramid remained standing beneath the endless night sky, waiting once more for another dawn, another hauling crew, another day of slow and patient human labor. Deep in the night, long after the cooking fires had dimmed into red embers, the desert became quiet again. The heat of the day slowly escaped from the stone. Cool air drifted across the pyramid grounds and through the narrow village paths. Sand shifted softly beneath the wind. Far away, somewhere beyond the dark riverbanks, a jackal cried once into the night before silence returned. Most workers slept heavily after such long labor. Hori did not. Not at first. He lay awake listening to the sounds around him. The breathing of his brother nearby. The faint crackle of a dying fire outside. Distant footsteps from guards walking between storage houses near the construction grounds. And beyond all of it, towering unseen in the darkness, the pyramid waited silently. Sometimes at night Hori imagined he could hear the stone itself settling. Tiny movements hidden deep within the massive structure. A quiet shifting inside the limestone as the desert cooled after sunset. Perhaps Beck had placed the thought inside his mind. Or perhaps the pyramid truly did speak in its own slow way. Eventually exhaustion pulled him into sleep. Dreams came quietly. Not strange dreams. Only simple pieces of life repeating themselves. Endless ropes stretching upward beneath bright sunlight. The sound of hammering stone. River water moving gently against wooden docks. Then morning returned once more. Before sunrise the village began breathing again. Cooking fires flickered awake. Water jars clinked softly together. Workers stepped from their homes into the cold blue light before dawn. The air felt different today. Sharper somehow. A stronger wind moved across the desert carrying fine sand through the settlement paths. Workers wrapped cloth higher across their faces while preparing for the day ahead. Hori stepped outside and looked toward the pyramid. The top disappeared faintly behind drifting dust already moving across the horizon. A storm might come later. Not rain. Only wind and sand. The desert had its own weather. Its own moods. Near the bread ovens, women worked quietly shaping dough while children still half asleep sat beside the warm walls. The smell of baking grain drifted through the cool air. Hori ate slowly beside his brother. Neither man spoke very much this morning. The wind itself seemed to silence the village. Soon supervisors began calling work assignments. Today Hori's crew would remain near the upper ramp systems, assisting masons and placement teams already working high along the unfinished pyramid levels. The climb began shortly after sunrise. Long lines of workers moved upward carrying tools, rope coils, wooden supports, and water jars. The lower ramps were crowded already with hauling teams dragging fresh stone toward higher platforms. Dust swirled constantly around their feet. The rising sunlight slowly turned the drifting sand golden. As Hori climbed higher, the village below grew smaller once again. From above, the workers' homes looked almost temporary beside the massive stone structure dominating the desert. Yet those small homes contained the true life of the pyramid. Without the workers, the pyramid would remain only silent stone lying broken in distant quarries. Human hands gave it shape. Human exhaustion lifted it skyward. By mid-morning Hori reached one of the higher construction platforms where masons worked carefully fitting limestone blocks together. The view from here stretched across miles of desert and river land. The Nile shone in the distance like a narrow ribbon of moving light. Tiny boats drifted slowly upon it. Green farmland bordered the river banks in long soft strips before giving way again to endless pale sand. The wind blew stronger at this height. It carried fine dust against skin and eyes. Nearby, Intaf the old mason crouched beside a newly delivered block. His weathered hands moved carefully across the stone surface while younger workers waited nearby with tools. Even after so many years, Intaf treated each block with patience and respect. Nothing was rushed. The old mason glanced briefly toward Hori. "You came high today," he said quietly. Hori nodded. "The air feels different here." Intaf gave a faint smile. "Closer to the sun." Then he returned to his work. The placement process required astonishing precision. Workers used wooden levers, ropes, and careful measurements to guide each heavy limestone block into position. Tiny adjustments mattered greatly. Even slight gaps between stones needed correction. Hori assisted with stabilizing ropes while the masons worked. The block moved slowly. Inch by inch. Workers called soft instructions to one another above the wind. Wood creaked. Stone scraped against stone. Then at last the limestone settled into place with a deep solid sound. Intaf inspected the seam carefully. His fingers traced the narrow line between the blocks. Finally he nodded once. "Good." That single word ended nearly half a day of labor. No cheers followed. Only quiet relief before the next task began. The pyramid grew through thousands of moments exactly like this. Small victories. Tiny adjustments. Careful repetition. Below them the hauling ramps remained crowded with movement. Teams strained against ropes while sledges climbed slowly upward beneath the strengthening sun. From this height the workers looked almost unreal. Tiny figures moving endlessly through dust and light. Hori sometimes wondered how the gods themselves viewed such labor from above. Did they notice individual workers at all? Or only the growing shape rising from the desert floor? By midday the heat became intense even with the wind. Sunlight reflected painfully from the limestone surfaces surrounding the workers. The bright stone almost seemed to glow beneath the desert sky. Shade coverings had been stretched across parts of the upper platforms, but they provided little relief. Workers rested where they could. Hori sat beside the outer edge of the platform with several others while eating bread slowly from a cloth wrapping. The wind tugged gently at their linen garments. Below them the desert stretched endlessly westward in pale rolling emptiness. Beck sat nearby rubbing his shoulder carefully. "It will storm before evening," the older worker murmured. Hori looked toward the horizon. Far away, a faint wall of dust seemed to hang across the distant desert. The older workers understood these signs well. The wind carried stories long before storms arrived. After the short rest, labor resumed again. This afternoon the crews focused on smoothing sections of outer limestone near the higher levels. Stone surfaces needed shaping and polishing so the pyramid sides remained even and clean. The work demanded concentration. Hori used a rubbing stone alongside several younger laborers while fine limestone dust coated their arms and faces. The sound was soft but constant. Scrape. 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 Hours passed beneath that rhythm. The wind slowly strengthened throughout the afternoon. Dust drifted more heavily now across the ramps and upper platforms. Workers narrowed their eyes against blowing sand while continuing their tasks. Supervisors watched the horizon carefully. At times desert storms arrived suddenly and violently, forcing labor crews downward from dangerous heights. Still the work continued for now. Always continuing. As the sun slowly lowered westward, the light changed color across the stone surfaces. The pyramid glowed warm gold beneath the dusty sky. Then the first strong gust arrived. Sand swept sharply across the upper platforms. Workers covered their faces immediately. Loose cloth snapped loudly in the wind. Visibility shrank as fine dust filled the air. Supervisors began shouting orders for crews to descend carefully before conditions worsened. The ramps became crowded with workers moving downward through swirling sand. Hori kept one hand against the stone wall while descending. The wind pushed hard against his body now. Tiny grains of sand stung exposed skin. Below them the village appeared blurred behind drifting dust clouds. The storm had arrived. Not violent enough to destroy, but strong enough to make work dangerous. By the time Hori reached the lower levels, the entire pyramid grounds had changed beneath the storm wind. Raced across the earth in long shifting patterns. Torches near storage buildings flickered wildly. Workers hurried to secure tools, ropes, and supply coverings before darkness fell. The sky itself looked pale brown now instead of blue. Even the sun appeared dim behind blowing dust. Hori helped secure wooden supports beside one of the staging platforms while the wind howled softly across the stone surfaces. Despite everything, the pyramid remained unmoving. Solid. Immense. Patient against the storm. At last the supervisors dismissed the labor crews for evening. Workers returned toward the village in tired groups with cloth wrapped tightly across their mouths and noses. Sand covered everything. Hair. Clothing. Food baskets. Water jars. By the time Hori reached home, dust had settled across the floor despite the closed doorway. His brother was already inside brushing sand away from the sleeping mats. Bad storm, his brother muttered. Hori nodded quietly. Outside, the wind still moved through the village like a living thing. The evening meal was simple tonight. Bread. Dates. Warm water flavored faintly with herbs. The storm seemed to quiet everyone. Few voices drifted through the village pathways now. Most workers remained indoors while the sand continued scraping softly against mud brick walls outside. After eating, Hori stepped briefly outside once more. The pyramid was barely visible through the blowing dust. Only its massive shape could still be seen against the darkening sky. It looked ancient already. As though it had stood there forever. The wind moved around it endlessly. The workers slept and woke beneath it endlessly. And still the stone continued climbing slowly toward the stars above the desert of Egypt. Through the night, the desert wind continued moving across the pyramid grounds. Sand whispered against mud brick walls and drifted through narrow cracks around doorways. Outside the workers' homes, pathways slowly disappeared beneath thin new layers of dust. The storm was not fierce enough to frighten experienced laborers, but it changed the feeling of the night. Everything sounded softer. More distant. The pyramid itself stood half hidden beneath the drifting sand clouds, its enormous shape fading in and out beneath moonlight. Inside the small home, Hori slept lightly. At some point before dawn he woke to silence. The wind had finally weakened. For a moment he simply listened. No scraping sand. No snapping cloth. Only the quiet breathing of his brother nearby and the faint sound of footsteps somewhere outside. The storm had passed. Hori rose slowly and stepped outside into the cold air before sunrise. The village looked different. Fresh sand covered the pathways in smooth pale waves. Footprints from yesterday had vanished completely. Storage baskets, tools, and low walls all carried thin dusty coverings left behind by the storm. Above the eastern horizon, the first faint silver light was beginning to appear. The pyramid emerged slowly from the darkness once more. Massive. Still. Unchanged. Storms came and went around it, but the stone remained. Nearby, several workers were already sweeping sand away from doorways using bundles of reeds. Others checked ropes and coverings damaged by the wind during the night. Life returned quickly after desert storms. There was always work waiting. Soon the smell of baking bread drifted through the cool morning air. Cooking fires glowed between the mud brick homes while workers gathered quietly for breakfast. Voices remained softer than usual today. Storm nights often left people tired. Hori sat beside his brother eating warm flat bread and onions while the sky slowly brightened. "The ramps will need repair," his brother said quietly. Hori nodded. The wind often damaged sections of the transport path. Sand drifted into important routes. Wooden braces loosened. Coverings tore free during strong gusts. Today's labor would likely involve repairs before hauling could fully continue. As the first sunlight touched the upper pyramid stones, supervisors began moving through the village calling assignments. Hori's crew was sent directly to the eastern ramp system. The walk toward the construction grounds felt strangely peaceful after the storm. The air remained cooler than usual. Tiny ripples of fresh sand stretched across the desert floor untouched except for the footprints of early workers. When the crews reached the ramps, the damage became clear immediately. Several lower transport paths had partially collapsed where sand had shifted beneath support beams. Loose stones scattered across sections of the incline. Some rope anchor points had torn free during the strongest wind gusts. Repair crews were already working everywhere. Carpenters hammered new braces into place. Workers cleared sand using baskets and wooden shovels. Supervisors inspected support structures carefully before allowing heavy sledges to move again. The pyramid itself seemed quieter this morning. Fewer hauling teams climbed the ramps while repairs continued. Instead, the site filled with the sounds of rebuilding. Hammering wood. Dragging support beams. Sweeping sand from stone surfaces. Hori joined a crew repairing one of the lower incline sections damaged during the storm. The work was different from hauling, but no less tiring. Heavy wooden beams had to be repositioned beneath weakened areas of the ramp. Packed earth needed reshaping and smoothing before sledges could safely pass again. Workers carried baskets full of sand and stone debris away from the damaged sections beneath the growing sunlight. The morning air remained pleasant for a while. Cool wind drifted gently across the worksite. Birds circled above the Nile far in the distance. For a short time, before the heat fully returned, the desert almost felt calm enough to forget the endless labor surrounding the pyramid. Almost. By mid-morning the sunlight strengthened again. Sweat darkened linen clothing. Dust clung to skin. The familiar rhythm of work returned fully across the construction grounds. Hori and several others strained together lifting a thick support beam into position beneath part of the repaired ramp. The wood smelled dry and warm beneath their hands. Higher, one worker called. The beam shifted slowly upward. Hold. Workers braced themselves while wedges were hammered into place beneath the support. At last the beam settled firmly. Nearby, a supervisor tested the repaired section carefully before nodding with quiet approval. One small part of the pyramid world functioned again. Thousands more still required constant attention. The pyramid did not rise only through lifting stone. It survived through maintenance, repair, organization. Without endless small acts of care, the great structure and the systems surrounding it would slowly fail beneath the desert. Late in the morning, hauling teams finally began returning to the ramps. Fresh sledges appeared carrying limestone blocks upward once more. The familiar sounds returned with them. Ropes tightening. Workers chanting softly in rhythm. Wood scraping against packed earth. The pyramid breathed again through labor. Hori paused briefly near the edge of the ramp system while drinking water from a clay jar. Below him the workers' village stretched quietly beside the desert. Thin smoke rose from cooking fires where midday meals were already being prepared. Beyond the village, the Nile shone beneath the sunlight like moving glass. He sometimes tried imagining Egypt without the pyramid. The thought felt strange now. The structure had become part of everything. Part of the horizon. Part of the workers' lives. Part of their exhaustion. Nearby, Intaf the old mason slowly climbed toward the higher platforms carrying his tools wrapped in linen cloth. Even after so many years, the old man still walked carefully and steadily without complaint. Hori watched him disappear upward among the moving labor crews. Some workers seemed almost carved from the same stone they shaped each day. By midday the heat settled heavily across the repaired ramps. Workers rested beneath shaded coverings while dust drifted lazily through the bright air. Meals were eaten slowly. Water jars passed carefully between tired hands. Hori sat with Beck beside a stack of limestone blocks waiting for transport. For a long while neither spoke. Then Beck looked toward the pyramid. "When this place is finished," he murmured softly, "another one may begin somewhere else." Hori frowned slightly. "Another pyramid?" Beck nodded. "The kings always want eternity." The older worker rubbed dust from his beard thoughtfully. "And eternity requires many workers." The words lingered quietly between them. Around the resting crews, the sounds of the work site continued endlessly in the background. Hammering. Hauling. Sand shifting beneath feet. The pyramid consumed time itself. Afternoon labor began again beneath the blazing sun. Now that the ramps were functioning once more, hauling crews pushed hard to recover lost progress after the storm delays. Hori's team joined another transport line moving limestone toward the middle construction levels. The ropes felt rough against his healing hands. The stone resisted heavily. But the rhythm returned quickly. Pull. Step. Breathe. Pull again. Sweat rolled down faces. Muscles tightened beneath effort. Voices rose softly in coordinated chants to keep movement steady. The pyramid slowly accepted another stone. And another. And another. Hours passed beneath that endless repetition. The desert sky remained perfectly clear now after the storm. Sunlight reflected brilliantly from the limestone surfaces surrounding the workers. At times the brightness felt almost dreamlike. The upper pyramid levels shimmered against the sky as if floating above the earth itself. Late in the afternoon, while guiding a sledge near one of the middle ramps, Hori noticed a young laborer stumble badly beside the hauling line. The man collapsed hard against the ground, breathing unevenly. Heat exhaustion. Several nearby workers immediately stopped to help move him into shade while water carriers hurried forward. No one seemed surprised. Such things happened often during the hottest months. The body could only endure so much beneath the Egyptian sun. The labor resumed again soon after. Always resuming. The pyramid did not wait for weakness. As evening finally approached, the sunlight softened into deeper gold across the desert. Long shadows stretched from the ramps and unfinished walls. Workers moved more slowly now, exhaustion visible in every motion. Hori's crew secured their final transport sledge beside a staging platform before descending toward the village once more. The air cooled little by little. A gentle breeze returned across the desert carrying away some of the lingering heat. From halfway down the ramp, Hori paused briefly and looked outward across the land. The Nile glowed softly beneath the evening sky. Fields along the river darkened into green shadows. Smoke rose from distant settlements far beyond the pyramid grounds. And towering above everything stood the unfinished pyramid itself, glowing warmly beneath the setting sun. For a moment it looked less like a construction site and more like something eternal already. Then a supervisor called sharply from below. The moment passed. The workers continued downward toward food, rest, and another quiet night beneath the stars of ancient Egypt. Next, the evening meal tasted better after storm days. Perhaps it was because the air felt cooler. Or because repairing damaged ramps required a different kind of exhaustion than ordinary hauling work. Whatever the reason, the workers ate slowly and quietly that night while darkness settled gently across the village. Cooking fires flickered between the mud brick homes. Smoke drifted upward into the calm desert air. The storm had cleaned the sky completely, and now the stars above Egypt looked sharp and endless once again. Hori sat outside beside his brother holding a clay cup of watered beer between tired hands. Nearby, children chased each other through the narrow pathways while older women called softly for them to return home before full darkness arrived. The sounds of the village carried warmth with them. Simple sounds. Comforting sounds. After endless hours beside stone and rope, ordinary life felt precious. His brother leaned back against the wall behind them and exhaled slowly. "My shoulders feel older every season," he murmured. Hori smiled faintly. "You say that every week. And every week it becomes more true." For a moment both men laughed quietly. Not loudly. No one here had much energy left for loud laughter after sunset. Far away near the lower construction grounds, a few torches still moved between storage areas. Guards and night workers continued their routines beneath the dark sky. Even now, long after most labor had ended, parts of the pyramid world remained awake. Hori looked toward the enormous silhouette rising beyond the village. At night the pyramid almost disappeared into the darkness itself. Only its outline remained visible against the stars. Sometimes it looked less like a building and more like a piece of the desert made permanent. A shape older than memory. Nearby, a reed flute began playing softly somewhere among the homes. The slow melody drifted gently through the night air. Several workers sat silently listening without speaking. No one wished to interrupt the quiet. The days were already full of commands, scraping stone, shouting supervisors, and endless labor sounds. Night offered something softer. Stillness. Cool air. The chance to sit without carrying weight. After a while, Hori rose and walked slowly toward the edge of the village. He often did this before sleeping. The desert beyond the settlement stretched pale beneath moonlight. Small dunes cast long silver shadows across the sand. Farther away, the pyramid dominated everything, huge and silent under the stars. The night smelled faintly of dust and cooling stone. Hori stood quietly for a long time. He thought about the workers who had already grown old here. The men who no longer climbed the higher ramps because their knees had weakened. The stonecutters whose hands shook slightly now after years of hammering limestone. The laborers buried in small graves beyond the settlement after accidents or sickness claimed them. The pyramid rose through human lives. One season after another. One generation after another. And yet tomorrow morning, when the first sunlight touched the upper stones again, the workers would rise and continue. The thought felt heavy. But also strangely peaceful. Because the labor gave shape to everything. At last Hori returned home and lay down upon his reed mat. Outside, the flute music slowly faded. The village quieted little by little. The stars crossed silently above the sleeping land of Egypt. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the homes, the unfinished pyramid waited patiently for another dawn. Morning arrived cool and pale. Before sunrise, the workers' village stirred awake once more beneath the fading stars. The air still carried traces of freshness left behind by the storm from the day before. Hori woke early. For a moment he simply listened to the sounds beginning outside. Grinding grain. Low voices. The crackling of cooking fires. A donkey shifting impatiently somewhere nearby. Everything followed familiar rhythms now. The workers hardly needed to think about morning routines anymore. Bodies moved almost automatically through years of repetition. Outside, the eastern horizon slowly brightened. The pyramid stood dark against the growing light, its upper edges touched faintly by gold. Today the sky looked perfectly clear. No drifting dust. No storm wind. Only open desert sunlight waiting to spread across the land. Hori washed quickly using cool water from a clay jar before joining his brother for breakfast. Bread. Onions. A few dried figs. Simple food, but enough to prepare for another long day beneath the sun. As workers gathered for assignments, a quiet murmur moved through parts of the village. An important official had arrived during the night from farther north along the Nile. Such visits changed the atmosphere around the construction grounds immediately. Supervisors became sharper. Scribes moved more quickly between storage areas. Guards stood straighter beside pathways. The pyramid was not only stone and labor. It was also power. A symbol meant to outlive kings themselves. Soon Hori's crew received their assignment for the day. Upper transport ramps again. Heavy hauling work. The workers collected ropes and began the long walk toward the construction levels while sunlight spread steadily across the desert floor. Already the pyramid site looked busier than usual. Supervisors inspected crews carefully. Scribes stood beside storage platforms recording deliveries onto papyrus scrolls. Several richly dressed officials moved slowly between work areas shaded beneath linen coverings. Their clean linen garments looked strange among the dust-covered laborers. Hori noticed many workers avoiding direct eye contact with them. Not from fear exactly. More from distance. The officials belonged to a different world. A world of records, orders, and royal authority. The laborers belonged to stone and sweat. Yet both worlds depended on one another. Without officials, the work would lose organization. Without workers, the officials would have nothing to command. As the hauling crews reached the ramps, the morning labor began quickly. Today's limestone blocks were especially large. The sledges groaned heavily beneath their weight while workers wrapped thick ropes carefully around support points. Hori took his position near the front. The command came. The ropes tightened. Muscles strained. Slowly the stone began climbing upward once more. The morning air remained pleasant for a short time, but the heat returned steadily as the sun rose higher. Sweat-darkened linen. Dust-coated skin. The familiar rhythm consumed the workers again. Pull. Step. Pull. Breathe. The hauling chants began softly among the crews. Not songs for joy. Songs for endurance. Simple repeated words that helped many bodies move together as one. Far below, the village grew smaller with every level climbed. The Nile shimmered faintly in the distance beyond the fields and palms. And above them all, the unfinished upper sections of the pyramid waited beneath brilliant sunlight. Mid-morning passed slowly. The work grew harder as the ramp steepened. Additional workers joined the ropes during difficult sections while others placed wooden braces behind the sledges during pauses. One mistake on the incline could send enormous stone blocks sliding backward with deadly force. Everything required attention. Even exhaustion could not be allowed to break concentration completely. Near one of the resting platforms, Hori noticed the visiting official watching several transport crews from beneath a shaded covering. The man held a folded cloth against his nose to block drifting dust. Beside him stood two scribes recording notes carefully onto papyrus. Hori wondered what they wrote. Stone counts perhaps. Crew performance. Ramp progress. The workers themselves rarely knew how the records were organized. They simply saw scribes writing endlessly day after day while the pyramid climbed slowly skyward around them. The hauling continued. Higher now. The sunlight reflected brightly from the limestone surfaces surrounding the ramps. At times the heat seemed to rise from every direction at once. Workers breathed heavily. Arms trembled. Feet slipped occasionally against the worn paths. Still the stone moved upward. By midday the crews finally rested beneath stretched linen shades near one of the higher staging areas. The air barely moved. Everything smelled of hot dust and sweat. Workers sat close together in the narrow shade while eating bread and drinking carefully rationed water. No one spoke loudly. Exhaustion softened every voice. Hori leaned against a limestone block beside Beck, who rubbed his knees slowly with both hands. The higher the pyramid grows, Beck murmured, the longer the climb becomes. Hori nodded. It feels endless. Beck looked upward toward the unfinished top far above them. Perhaps that is the purpose. The older worker closed his eyes briefly. To build something so large that ordinary men spend their whole lives beneath it? The words stayed with Hori long after the rest ended. Afternoon labor resumed beneath the blazing Egyptian sun. The visiting officials had moved farther upward now, inspecting stone placement work near the higher levels. Supervisors pushed the hauling crews harder than usual. More stone. Faster movement. Less resting. The workers obeyed without complaint. What else could they do? The pyramid rose through obedience as much as labor. Hours passed slowly. The sunlight deepened toward evening little by little. And still the workers climbed the ramps carrying the weight of stone toward the sky. Late in the afternoon, after securing another limestone block beside an upper platform, Hori paused briefly to catch his breath. From this height the desert stretched endlessly in every direction. The workers below looked tiny. Almost invisible. But the pyramid itself carried the marks of their labor everywhere. Every stone touched by hands. Every ramp worn smooth by footsteps. Every surface shaped through exhaustion. The structure was made from human effort as much as limestone. As evening approached, the officials finally departed down the lower ramp surrounded by guards and scribes. The workers watched silently while continuing their tasks. Soon the sun began sinking toward the western desert. Golden light spread across the pyramid once more. And slowly, After another long day beneath the ancient Egyptian sky, the labor crews turned toward home again. The workers descended the ramp slowly beneath the evening light. After a full day of hauling stone high above the desert floor, every step downward felt heavy inside the legs. Sandals scraped against the worn paths, dust rose softly around tired feet. The ropes carried across workers' shoulders hung loose now, darkened by sweat and limestone powder. The pyramid glowed warmly behind them. For a short time each evening, just before sunset disappeared completely, the enormous stone surfaces softened into deep gold and amber colors. The harsh brightness of midday vanished. Shadows stretched gently across the ramps and unfinished levels. In those moments, the pyramid almost looked peaceful. Almost gentle. As though it had not demanded endless labor from thousands of human bodies all day long. Hori walked beside Beck without speaking. Neither man had much strength left for conversation. Around them, workers moved in long quiet lines toward the village below while the last sunlight slowly faded across the desert. Far beyond the construction grounds, the Nile reflected the evening sky in soft bands of orange and silver. Small boats drifted toward distant settlements along the riverbanks where cooking fires were already beginning to glow. Egypt itself seemed to settle into rest each evening. But the pyramid remained awake in its own way. Guards still walked the storage yards. Scribes still counted supplies. Night crews prepared tools for tomorrow. Even in darkness, the great construction never truly slept. By the time Hori reached the village, smoke already drifted heavily through the narrow pathways between homes. The smell of fresh bread filled the cooling air. Children carried small water jars between houses while older workers sat resting against mud brick walls with exhausted expressions. The evening after a difficult hauling day always felt especially quiet. Bodies moved slowly. Voices softened. Even simple tasks required effort. Hori stopped beside a communal water basin and washed dust from his face and arms. The water turned pale with limestone powder almost immediately. Nearby, two younger workers argued softly over a damaged rope harness while an older carpenter inspected the frayed fibers beneath torchlight. Everything around the pyramid wore down eventually. Ropes. Tools. Bodies. Nothing escaped the slow pressure of constant labor. As darkness deepened, the village became calmer. Workers gathered around small cooking fires. Meals were shared quietly. The sounds of grinding grain and low conversation drifted gently through the warm night air. Hori sat outside his home beside his brother while eating bread dipped in lentils. Neither spoke for a long while. The exhaustion between them felt complete enough already. At last his brother glanced toward the pyramid visible beyond the village rooftops. "When I was younger," he said quietly, "I thought the work would become easier with time." Hori looked at him. "Did it?" His brother gave a faint tired smile. "No. Only more familiar." The answer lingered softly in the night air. Nearby, someone began telling a story to several children gathered beside a fire. The storyteller's voice rose and fell gently while the children listened in silence. Stories mattered here. Not grand royal stories carved into temple walls. Simple stories. River stories. Harvest stories. Stories about workers who had traveled from distant villages. Stories about strange dreams seen beneath the desert stars. The pyramid consumed much of life, but ordinary human moments still survived around its edges. After eating, Hori walked slowly toward the outer edge of the settlement again. He liked the quiet there. Away from the fires and voices. The desert stretched dark and open beneath the stars. Cool wind drifted softly across the sand carrying the faint smell of river water from far away. Above him, the night sky looked endless. Hori often wondered whether future people would understand what this place truly felt like. Would they imagine only kings and glory? Would they picture shining stone beneath bright sunlight? Or would they somehow sense the exhaustion hidden beneath every block? The aching shoulders. The blistered hands. The endless repetition. Perhaps not. Stone remained longer than memory. That was the nature of great monuments. The workers disappeared while the structure endured. Hori stood quietly for a long time staring at the pyramid. Then at last he returned home and slept. Before dawn the village awakened again. The cycle never stopped. Cooking fires flickered alive in the darkness. Workers stepped sleepily into the cool morning air. Grain was ground. Bread baked. Water jars lifted. The familiar rhythm returned before sunrise itself. Today the air felt still and heavy. No cooling breeze moved across the desert. Even before dawn, the workers sensed the heat waiting ahead. Hori ate quickly beside his brother before joining the gathering labor crews near the central pathways. Assignments were called. Hauling teams. Quarry crews. Ramp repairs. Stone shaping. Every worker belonged somewhere within the endless machinery surrounding the pyramid. Today Hori's crew received quarry duty again. A low murmur passed through some of the workers at the announcement. Quarry days carried their own special exhaustion. The heat trapped between stone walls often became unbearable by midday. Still, no one refused. The workers collected tools and began the long walk eastward as pale sunlight slowly spread across the horizon. The desert looked beautiful at this hour. Soft gold light touched the sand gently. The pyramid cast enormous shadows across the ground. Birds moved above the Nile reeds in dark shifting patterns. For a few quiet moments before the full heat arrived, the world almost seemed peaceful enough to forget the labor waiting ahead. Then the quarry appeared. The sounds reached them first. Hammering. Stone cracking. Voices echoing against limestone walls. Dust already drifted upward beneath the rising sun. As Hori entered the quarry paths, familiar heat surrounded him immediately. Even early in the morning, the pale stone reflected warmth from every direction. Workers were already cutting new sections from the quarry walls. Copper chisels flashed briefly in the sunlight. Stone hammers rose and fell in steady rhythms. Basket carriers moved constantly between crews removing broken debris. Everything smelled of limestone dust. The quarry air coated the throat and tongue with dryness almost immediately. Hori joined a cutting crew near one of the deeper quarry sections where a large block was being prepared for removal. The trench lines had already been marked carefully across the stone surface using red pigment. Now the slow cutting work continued. Hammer strikes echoed sharply against the quarry walls. Small fragments scattered across the ground. Dust rose into the air with every blow. The labor demanded patience. Mistakes wasted stone. And wasted stone meant wasted days of human effort. Nearby, a young worker coughed heavily while wrapping cloth tighter across his mouth. The older quarrymen barely seemed to notice the dust anymore. Years of labor had made them almost part of the stone itself. By mid-morning the heat intensified rapidly. Inside the quarry, air movement nearly disappeared. Sweat soaked through linen clothing while workers continued hammering beneath the blazing sky above. Hori felt his arms trembling already from repeated strikes. The work looked simple from a distance. But hours of controlled hammering slowly drained strength from the body. Beside him, an older cutter named Mena paused briefly to flex his swollen fingers. "You must strike the stone patiently," Mena said quietly. Hori nodded while wiping sweat from his face. The young workers always fight the stone, the older man continued. The stone always wins those fights. Then he lifted his hammer again and resumed working. Tap. 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 The sound blended into the endless quarry rhythm surrounding them. At midday the crews rested beneath rough shaded coverings stretched between support poles near the quarry edge. The shade offered little relief. Heat still radiated from the limestone walls around them. Workers sat silently eating bread and onions while dust coated their arms and faces white. Water jars passed carefully between tired hands. No one wasted a drop. Hori leaned against the quarry wall and closed his eyes briefly. Even resting felt exhausting in such heat. Nearby, two older workers quietly discussed flood levels along the Nile this season. Farming still mattered deeply to many laborers even while working near the pyramid. Some hoped for good harvests after returning home. Others had no homes beyond the workers' settlement anymore. Years near the pyramid slowly changed people. The rest ended too soon. The quarry crews returned to work beneath the blazing afternoon sun. Now wooden wedges were hammered into deep cracks surrounding one of the nearly freed limestone blocks. Workers poured water across the wood carefully. Slowly the wedges expanded. Tiny cracking sounds echoed from deep within the stone. Everyone listened closely. Then, with a long grinding sound, the block shifted free from the quarry floor at last. Several workers stepped back breathing heavily. No celebration followed. Only quiet satisfaction before the next stage of labor began. The stone still needed shaping. Transport. Hauling. Placement. One block alone demanded countless hours from countless hands before joining the pyramid itself. Late in the afternoon, the sunlight finally softened slightly above the quarry walls. Long shadows stretched across the stone surfaces. Workers moved more slowly now beneath exhaustion. Hori's hands burned from tool work. His shoulders ached deeply. Dust covered him completely. Yet when he glanced westward toward the distant pyramid rising beyond the desert, he felt the strange familiar pull of it again. The enormous unfinished structure waiting for more stone. More labor. More years. And slowly, beneath the endless Egyptian sky, the quarry workers continued cutting the earth apart one block at a time. Evening arrived quietly over the quarry. The heat did not disappear all at once. It lingered in the limestone walls, in the dust-filled air, in the tired bones of every worker still standing beneath the fading light. But slowly, as the sun lowered toward the western desert, the world began to soften again. Shadows stretched long across the quarry floor. The hammering slowed. Voices became fewer. And at last, the rhythm of cutting stone faded into something calmer, something closer to silence. Hori stood with his crew near the edge of the quarry pit. His hands were stiff from hours of striking copper tools against limestone. Fine dust clung to every part of him, turning his skin pale and dry beneath the evening light. Even blinking felt heavy. Around him, workers gathered their tools in slow, familiar motions. Copper chisels wrapped in cloth. Wooden mallets set carefully into baskets. Ropes coiled with practiced hands. Nothing was rushed now. The day's work always ended in the same quiet way, as though the quarry itself exhaled after holding its breath for hours. Nearby, Mena the older cutter sat on a stone ledge rubbing his fingers slowly. He looked toward the newly freed limestone block resting in the center of the quarry floor. That single stone had taken many hours of labor from many men. And yet it was only one among thousands. Tomorrow, Mena said softly, they will shape it again. Hori nodded. And after that it will go to the river. Mena gave a faint tired smile. And after the river, the pyramid forgets where it came from. The words were not bitter. Only observant. Around them, the quarry slowly emptied as workers began the long walk back toward the settlement. The path home always felt different from the morning journey. Morning carried expectation. Evening carried release. The desert wind had calmed now after the previous storm, leaving the air clearer and cooler than before. Fine dust still drifted near the ground, but the sky above remained open and wide. As Hori walked, he looked once again toward the pyramid in the distance. From here it appeared like a pale shape rising from the horizon itself. Not fully complete. Not fully defined. But always growing. Always present. The Nile glimmered faintly beside it, catching the last light of day in thin silver lines. For a moment, everything felt still. Quarry. River. Village. Pyramid. All part of the same quiet landscape shaped by human effort. By the time Hori reached the workers' settlement, the evening fires were already burning. Smoke rose gently into the cooling air. The smell of bread and cooked grain drifted through the pathways between mud brick homes. Children sat in small groups near doorways playing with stones and sticks, their voices soft and tired from the day. Hori stopped at the communal water basin again. He washed his face slowly. The water turned cloudy white almost immediately from limestone dust still clinging to his skin. Nearby, another worker sat cleaning his hands while staring blankly at the ground. No one spoke much at first. The body always needed time to return from quarry work. Inside his home, Hori found his brother already preparing a small evening meal. Bread. Lentils. A few dried fish pieces wrapped in cloth. Simple food, repeated every day, but still enough to bring warmth back into tired bodies. They ate quietly together. Outside, the village moved in slow evening rhythms. Low conversations. Soft footsteps. The occasional crackle of firewood. And somewhere in the distance, faint music from a reed flute carried through the air again, slow and steady like breathing itself. After eating, Hori stepped outside once more. The sky had deepened into dark blue now. Stars were beginning to appear above the desert one by one. The pyramid was visible again beyond the settlement rooftops. At night it did not look like a building. It looked like a shadow carved into the earth. Hori stood still for a long time watching it. The thought came again, as it often did. How many hands had touched it already? How many more would still come? And how many would never see it finished? Behind him, the village slowly quieted. Cooking fires dimmed. Voices faded. Even the wind seemed to rest for a moment. Only the river continued moving in the distance, endless and unchanged. At last Hori returned inside and lay down on his reed mat. His body sank into exhaustion almost immediately. But sleep did not come quickly. Not tonight. His hands still remembered the rhythm of hammering stone. His shoulders still carried the weight of lifting and pulling. And behind his closed eyes, he could still see the quarry blocks waiting in rows beneath the desert sun. Eventually, sleep arrived anyway. Quietly. Without effort. Before dawn, the workers' village stirred again. The cycle did not break. It only turned. Cooking fires reappeared in the darkness. Water jars were filled. Bread was prepared. Tools were gathered. And one by one, the workers stepped once more into the cold air before sunrise. The pyramid waited beyond them. Silent. Massive. Unchanged in its presence, but always changing in its form. This morning, Hori's crew was assigned to transport work again. Newly shaped stone from the quarry had arrived near the river docks during the night, and it now needed to be moved inland toward the pyramid ramps. The walk toward the river felt familiar. The air near the water was always slightly cooler before sunrise. Moist earth and reed plants gave the morning a softer smell compared to the dry desert paths. When Hori reached the docks, the first light of day was just beginning to spread across the Nile. The water reflected pale pink and gold tones beneath the awakening sky. Boats rocked gently against wooden supports. Limestone blocks rested in heavy silence on transport platforms. Dock workers were already preparing ropes and sledges for unloading. Everything moved with practiced coordination. Even without words, everyone understood their role. The first block was guided slowly off a boat. Wood creaked. Ropes tightened. Water splashed softly against the hull. Then the stone settled onto the dock platform with a deep, heavy sound that seemed to travel through the ground itself. Hori watched for a moment before taking his place in the hauling line. The air was still cool enough to make breathing easy. For a short time, before the sun fully rose, the work felt almost gentle. Then the command was given. And everything began moving again. Ropes pulled tight. Feet pressed into the dock path. The limestone block shifted forward with slow resistance. From the riverbanks, the pyramid could already be seen in the distance. Its shape caught the rising sunlight first, glowing faintly against the sky like a structure slowly waking with the world. The workers did not speak much as they hauled the stone inland. There was no need. The rhythm guided them. Step. Pull. Step. Pull. And somewhere far ahead, beyond the docks, beyond the village, beyond the endless dust and heat of the desert, the pyramid continued to rise quietly, steadily, and without ever needing to be rushed. The morning light over the Nile grew warmer as the day slowly unfolded. Water along the river reflected the sky in soft shifting patterns, as if the whole surface was breathing with the movement of dawn. Small boats drifted near the docks carrying rope, grain, and more limestone blocks still damp from travel. The workers moved in steady lines along the riverbank paths. Not quickly. Not slowly. Just steadily. That was the way everything worked here. Nothing rushed too far ahead, and nothing stopped for long. The rhythm of labor shaped every hour of the day, like the river itself shaping the land over long seasons. Hori walked with the hauling crew beside the dock platforms. His shoulders still felt heavy from the previous day's quarry work, but the motion of pulling ropes had already begun to warm his body again. Pain became familiar after a while. Not sharp. Just present. The limestone block they were moving today was already secured on its wooden sledge. Ropes stretched forward in thick braided lines. Workers took their positions without needing instructions anymore. Everyone already knew. When the signal came, the crew leaned forward together. The sledge moved slowly at first, resisting the wet ground near the river. Then it shifted and began sliding inland toward the dusty road leading back to the pyramid. Behind them, the Nile remained calm. A fisherman pushed his small boat quietly across the water, casting a net with practiced hands. Farther downriver, more boats waited in line to unload their cargo. Life continued along the river even as the pyramid demanded its share of strength and time. As the hauling crew left the river behind, the air changed. The moisture faded. The smell of water and reed slowly gave way to dry earth and stone dust again. By mid-morning, the sun had fully risen. Heat spread across the ground in soft waves that shimmered faintly above the road. The workers wrapped cloths around their heads and necks. Water carriers moved between the ropes, offering small clay cups at careful intervals. No one drank too much at once. Water was measured. Just like time. Just like strength. The pyramid site came into view ahead as they approached. Even from a distance, the structure seemed larger than before. That was something many workers noticed but rarely spoke about. The pyramid always felt slightly bigger after time away. As if it grew even in memory. Near the base ramps, activity was already intense. Stone placement teams worked along the lower levels while hauling crews brought new blocks into position. Carpenters repaired sledges. Scribes recorded deliveries. Supervisors moved between groups with constant attention. The entire site functioned like a living system made of thousands of small moving parts. Hori's crew guided the limestone block toward one of the lower staging platforms. The ground here had been packed and reinforced many times, but even so, the weight of the stone demanded full concentration. The sledge slowed as it reached the base ramp. Workers shifted positions. Extra hands joined the ropes. A supervisor walked alongside, watching the incline carefully. Then came the signal again. The crew leaned forward. The stone began climbing. Step by step, the block moved up the ramp. The sound of wood scraping against packed earth echoed softly through the worksite. Above them, higher levels of the pyramid caught the sunlight in bright, pale reflections. The upper stones seemed almost glowing in the heat. Hori focused on the rhythm again. Pull. Step. Breathe. Pull. It was always the same pattern. And yet somehow, it never felt identical from one day to the next. Small changes always existed. A different weight of stone. A shift in wind. A change in the strength of the crew. Even the body itself felt slightly different each morning. By midday, the heat became intense again. The sky remained clear, almost empty, with only thin traces of distant haze above the horizon. The hauling crew reached a mid-ramp resting platform where the limestone block was secured for the next stage of movement. Wooden braces held it in place. Ropes were loosened carefully. Workers stepped away slowly, breathing heavily. Some sat immediately in the shade. Others remained standing for a few moments, letting their muscles settle. Hori lowered himself beside Beck once again. The older worker rubbed his forearms slowly, eyes half closed. Every block feels heavier in the middle of the climb, Beck said quietly. Hori gave a tired nod. Maybe the pyramid pulls it upward itself, he answered without thinking. Beck gave a faint hum of amusement. Or maybe we are just the ones who grow tired. Silence followed that thought. Around them, the pyramid rose above the desert in quiet dominance. Even resting, it seemed present in every direction. From the mid-ramp platform, Hori could see workers far below still moving across the lower hauling routes. Tiny figures guiding massive stones. Farther out, the Nile shimmered faintly through heat waves in the distance. Life continued beyond the pyramid as well. But it felt separated. Almost like another world. After rest, work resumed. The afternoon climb was slower. Heat pressed heavily against the workers now, draining energy with each step. Water was distributed more frequently. Movements became more deliberate. Commands from supervisors were shorter, quieter. No one wasted breath on unnecessary words. The limestone block crept upward along the ramp system. Hori's hands burned where the rope cut into skin. Dust coated his face again, mixing with sweat into a thin pale layer. The sun slowly shifted westward. Time moved forward in its steady way, even when the body wanted it to stop. At one point, A slight pause was ordered when a wooden support beam needed adjustment beneath the ramp. Workers gathered quickly to reinforce the structure. Hammering echoed briefly. Then silence returned. The stone never stopped resting for long. Everything was temporary except the pyramid itself. Late in the afternoon, the crew finally reached the upper staging area. The limestone block was secured beside others waiting for final placement teams. Hori stepped back and exhaled deeply. His arms felt numb in a quiet way. Not pain anymore. Just emptiness after effort. From this height, the desert stretched endlessly in every direction. The Nile looked like a thin thread of silver far below. The village appeared small and distant. Almost fragile. Yet it continued to exist, just as it always had. Men and women returning each night. Fires burning. Bread baking. Water shared. Life continuing beside the overwhelming presence of the pyramid. As evening approached, the workers began descending again. The climb down always felt different. Less resistance in the body. More awareness in the mind. The pyramid remained above them now, catching the final light of day. Golden. Still. Unmoving. As Hori stepped onto the lower ramp, he glanced once more upward. For a moment, the structure seemed less like a human creation, and more like something that had always been waiting in the desert. Something slowly revealed by generations of labor. Behind him, the village fires were already beginning to glow again in the growing twilight. And the long day of labor faded gently into another quiet Egyptian night. Night settled over the desert with a quiet kind of certainty. It did not arrive suddenly. It came slowly, as if the land itself was exhaling after holding the sun for too long. The last traces of orange light faded from the horizon, and the sky above Egypt deepened into a wide, soft darkness filled with steady stars. The pyramid stood in that darkness like a shape carved out of silence. Even at night, it did not disappear. It only changed. Its sharp edges became softer. Its height less defined. But its presence remained, large enough that even distance could not erase it. In the workers' village, life slowed once more into evening rhythm. Cooking fires burned low and steady. Clay pots warmed over coals. The smell of bread and cooked grain moved gently through the narrow paths between homes. Hori sat near his brother outside their small mud-brick dwelling. The ground beneath them still held a little warmth from the day. Not much. Just enough to remind the body of sunlight that had already gone. They ate slowly, as they always did after long labor. Bread. Lentils. A few pieces of dried fish. Nothing more than what was needed. Beyond the village, the desert wind moved softly, carrying fine grains of sand that brushed lightly against walls and rooftops. The sound was faint, almost like distant breathing. Hori looked toward the pyramid again. At night it felt less like a structure and more like a shadow that had grown permanent. His brother spoke quietly beside him. "Do you think the stone ever feels heavy?" he asked. Hori thought for a moment. "Only when we are carrying it," he answered. His brother gave a small, tired smile. "That is a simple truth." Silence returned between them. Not uncomfortable. Just familiar. Around them, the village slowly quieted. A few voices drifted from nearby homes. A child laughed briefly, then stopped. Someone poured water into a clay basin. A door closed softly. Life continued in small, ordinary pieces. The pyramid, however, remained separate from these sounds. It belonged to a different rhythm. A longer one. Far away near the lower ramps, Faint torchlight still moved between storage areas. Night workers checked ropes and secured tools for the next day. Guards walked slowly along pathways, their footsteps soft against packed sand. Even rest required structure here. Even sleep had boundaries. Hori eventually rose and walked to the edge of the village again. He often did this before sleeping. The night air felt cooler now. Comfortable against skin still marked by dust from the day's work. The stars above were clear and countless, stretching in every direction without interruption. The desert sky always felt larger at night. As if the world itself expanded when the sun was gone. From here, the pyramid was visible as a dark outline against the horizon. No longer glowing. No longer golden. Only a massive presence resting against the night. Hori stood quietly for a long time. He thought about the workers still alive who would never see its completion. Men whose entire lives would pass in the shadow of its construction. He thought about the younger workers just arriving, their hands still soft, their bodies not yet shaped by years of rope and stone. And he thought about himself. Somewhere between the two. Not new. Not old. Just part of the long movement of labor that never truly stopped. The desert wind passed gently over the village again. Cooler now. Softer. Hori finally turned and walked back toward his home. Inside, the reed mat waited. The darkness inside was calm and still. He lay down carefully. His body sank into rest almost immediately. The sounds of the village faded slowly. Fires dimmed. Footsteps disappeared. Only the distant river remained in motion beyond everything else. And somewhere in the quiet night, the pyramid continued standing without sound, without movement, without rest. Morning came again the way it always did. Not loudly. Not suddenly. But gradually, as if the world was remembering itself. The eastern sky brightened first into pale gray, then soft gold. Cooking fires returned. Water jars filled again. Workers stepped out into the cold air before sunrise. Hori woke early as well. His body already expected the rhythm now. No need to think. Only to move. The village felt calm in those early moments before work began. Almost fragile. Like it could disappear if the wind shifted the wrong way. But it never did. It remained. As always. Today's assignment came quickly. Ramp repair and stone alignment at the mid-level construction platforms. Familiar work. Constant work. The crew gathered their tools and began walking toward the pyramid while the first light of morning touched the upper stones. The structure looked different again today. It often did in the early light. Shadows carved deeper lines into the stone surfaces. The upper levels seemed closer somehow. As if the pyramid leaned slightly toward the earth rather than rising away from it. Work began soon after arrival. Small adjustments first. Then heavier tasks. Replacing worn wooden supports. Realigning sledges for later hauling. Reinforcing sections of ramp damaged by repeated use. Everything at once required attention. The pyramid did not allow neglect. Hori worked with a group tightening support beams beneath one of the mid-ramps. Wood pressed into packed earth. Stone anchors held everything in place. Hands moved quickly but carefully. Mistakes here would ripple upward through the entire system of labor. By mid-morning, heat returned again. Not as harsh as the desert floor below, but still strong enough to slow movement and deepen breathing. Workers wiped sweat from their faces frequently. Water was passed around in small measured amounts. Even speaking became less frequent as the sun climbed higher. Above them, Higher ramp levels were already active with hauling crews moving new limestone blocks upward. The sound of ropes tightening echoed faintly down the structure. A constant reminder that even while repairs happened below, the pyramid continued growing above. Hori paused briefly during work and looked upward. The scale of it never stopped feeling large. Even after so many days. Even after so many climbs. From here, the upper construction levels looked distant and crowded with movement. Tiny figures guiding enormous stones. At midday, work slowed for rest beneath shaded coverings stretched between wooden poles. The shade was thin, but it helped slightly against the heat radiating from stone surfaces. Workers sat in quiet clusters. Eating slowly. Drinking carefully. Breathing deeply. Hori leaned against a beam beside Beck. The older worker closed his eyes for a moment, face turned slightly toward the breeze. "Do you ever think about the end of it?" Hori asked quietly. Beck did not open his eyes. "No," he said after a pause. "Because it does not end for us." Hori looked at him. Beck continued softly. "It ends for those who come after." Then he shifted slightly, resting his back more comfortably against the stone. "And they will say it was always there." The words hung in the warm air without need for response. After rest, work resumed again. Afternoon tasks focused on securing newly repaired ramp sections and assisting hauling teams moving stones upward from lower staging areas. The rhythm returned quickly. Lift. Brace. Adjust. Secure. Repeat. The pyramid absorbed all of it without sound. As evening slowly approached, the light softened across the desert once more. Long shadows stretched outward from the structure like quiet lines connecting stone to sand. The workers completed their final tasks for the day and began descending the ramps in steady groups. Fatigue settled deeply into every movement. Yet there was also a kind of calm in the descent. The work was finished for now. The pyramid would remain. Unchanged in its presence. Unfinished in its form. And always waiting for the next sunrise. The night after another long day of labor felt quieter than most. Not because the desert had changed, but because the body grows more sensitive to silence after exhaustion. Every small sound becomes clearer. Every pause feels longer. Even breathing seems to carry more weight in the still air. Inside the workers' village, the fires were already low. Only glowing embers remained in many cooking pits, holding warmth without flame. The smell of ashes and cooked grain drifted softly between the mud brick homes. Hori lay awake for a time on his reed mat. Not thinking in words. Just resting between thoughts. Outside, the wind moved slowly across the settlement, brushing sand along the outer walls. It was gentle tonight, almost careful, as if even the desert had grown tired. Eventually sleep came again, as it always did. Not deeply at first. Then fully. And morning returned once more. The sky before sunrise was pale and cool, almost colorless. A thin mist of desert air hung low across the ground, softening the outlines of the village and the distant river. Workers stepped outside in quiet groups. No one spoke loudly. The world still felt half asleep. Hori joined the morning line without hurry. His movements were slow but familiar. His hands reached for tools without needing to be told. Today's work assignment was simple again in description, but never simple in effort. Stone transport alignment along the lower ramp system. A steady day. A long day. A familiar day. As the sun rose, the pyramid came back into full view. It always seemed to emerge from the land rather than sit upon it. First the outline. then the shape, then the full weight of its presence. Even after so many days of seeing it, the sight still carried a quiet seriousness that was hard to ignore. The workers moved toward the ramps. Ropes were prepared. Sledges inspected. Water jars positioned along shaded points. And soon the labor began again. The first stone of the morning was always the hardest to move. Not because of its weight alone, but because the body had not yet fully warmed into motion. The rope line tightened. Workers leaned forward together. The sledge shifted slowly across packed earth. Then it began to move. Once motion started, everything became easier to carry. Not lighter. Just more familiar. The ramp system filled quickly with activity. Crews moved stones upward from lower staging areas while others adjusted support points and cleared sand that drifted into the pathways overnight. Hori worked near the lower incline where sledges often began their long climb. The sun rose steadily higher. Heat returned gradually, like a memory becoming real again. By mid-morning, sweat was already visible on every worker. Dust clung to skin and clothing. The air above the ramps shimmered slightly in the distance. But the rhythm never broke. Pull. Step. Set. Pull again. The sound of rope fibers tightening became almost constant, blending into the background of hammering, footsteps, and low instructions from supervisors. At one point, a sledge carrying a medium limestone block paused unexpectedly near a bend in the ramp. A support beam beneath it had shifted slightly. Workers quickly gathered around to stabilize the load. No panic. Only practiced urgency. Wooden braces were placed. Sand was adjusted. Ropes tightened carefully. Then, after a long moment, the stone was allowed to move again. The system continued. Nothing stopped for long. The pyramid depended on continuity more than speed. By midday, rest returned beneath shaded coverings near the lower staging grounds. The shade felt weak against the heat radiating from stone and sand, but it still offered a small relief. Workers gathered in tired groups. Eating slowly. Drinking carefully. Some lay back against cool stone blocks with eyes closed. Hori sat with Beck again, both leaning against the same limestone surface. The older worker spoke after a long silence. "Do you know what the river understands?" he asked quietly. Hori shook his head slightly. Beck opened his eyes. "It does not rush," he said. "It does not stop." Hori looked toward the distant Nile beyond the construction grounds. Even from here, the water could be seen faintly, reflecting light like a slow-moving thread. Beck continued softly. "That is why everything here lasts." The words were simple. But they stayed. After rest, the afternoon work resumed under stronger heat. The pyramid site felt heavier in the second half of the day, as if the sun itself pressed down on the labor. Hori returned to the rope lines. The crew was now moving a heavier limestone block toward the mid-ramp system. It required more workers than earlier tasks. More coordination. More attention. The stone resisted every shift at first. Then moved gradually forward. The sound of sledges on packed earth echoed faintly across the lower levels of the site. Above them, higher construction areas continued shaping the upper layers of the pyramid. Stone fitting. Alignment work. Careful placement. Even from below, the precision of the upper crews could be seen in their slow, deliberate movements. As the afternoon progressed, fatigue settled deeper into the workers' bodies. Breathing became heavier. Steps shorter. But no one stopped. The pyramid never paused in its growth, so the labor could not fully pause either. Late in the afternoon, a brief wind passed through the construction grounds. Not a storm. Just a shifting current of air moving across the desert. It carried dust lightly across the ramps, softening edges of light and shadow for a short time. Workers covered their faces. Ropes held steady. And then the wind passed. The desert returned to stillness again. By evening, the light softened once more across the pyramid. Gold fading into orange. Then into deep amber. Then into shadow. One by one, crews completed their final tasks and began descending the ramps. The movement downward was slow and quiet. Exhaustion made even walking feel like part of the work. Hori followed the familiar path back toward the village. The pyramid remained behind him. Still rising in shape. Still incomplete. Still waiting. The river glimmered in the distance as the sun touched it one last time before disappearing. And the workers moved gently back into the small world of fires, food, and night, carrying the pyramid with them only in their memory of the day. Night settled again over the workers' village with a steady, familiar calm. The desert did not feel empty at night. It felt simply quieter, as if everything had slowed down enough to be noticed more clearly. Even the smallest sounds carried farther in the cool air: the soft shift of sand under footsteps, the distant call of a night bird, the faint crackle of dying firewood. Inside the homes, people rested in different ways. Some slept deeply already, worn down by the long day. Others remained awake for a while, sitting quietly near the last warmth of cooking embers. Hori lay still on his mat, listening to the rhythm of the night around him. His body ached in the same places it always did: shoulders, forearms, lower back. Not sharp pain anymore. Just the constant memory of effort. Outside, the wind moved lightly across the settlement. Not strong. Not cold. Just present. The pyramid beyond the village was invisible now, but everyone knew it was still there. Even in darkness. Even in rest. It never left the mind for long. Sleep came slowly, like a soft drifting away rather than a sudden arrival. And when morning returned, it did so without ceremony. The sky lightened gradually, from deep gray to pale blue. The stars faded one by one, as if they were being gently erased. The village stirred. Fires were rebuilt. Water was drawn. Bread was prepared. And the workers returned once more to their routines. Hori rose with the others, moving through the familiar morning steps without hesitation. His hands reached for tools almost automatically now. The day was already waiting. Today's assignment was ramp extension work near the mid to upper construction levels. A necessary task. Not dramatic. Not unusual. Just another part of keeping the system steady as the pyramid grew higher. The walk toward the construction site felt slightly cooler than usual. The air carried a faint softness, as if the desert itself had rested during the night. When the pyramid came into view again, it seemed unchanged at first. But as always, with closer distance, small differences appeared. Newly placed stones near the upper edges. Slight adjustments in ramp alignment. Fresh wooden supports along sections recently repaired. The structure was never truly still. Even when it looked still. The workers gathered near the base of the upper ramp system. Tools were distributed. Rope lines checked. Support beams inspected. Supervisors moved through the groups quietly, confirming readiness before sending crews upward. Hori joined a team assigned to reinforce a mid-ramp section that had begun to show wear from repeated hauling. The climb upward was slower than usual. Not because of difficulty alone, but because the ramp system itself had become more crowded with overlapping work. Stone transport lines passed beside repair crews. Carpenters worked alongside masons. Water carriers moved carefully through narrow paths between groups. Everything required coordination. Everything depended on timing. At one point, Hori paused briefly beside a ramp wall while a heavy sledge passed slowly upward. The limestone block it carried was large enough that it required extra workers on both sides of the rope line. The sound of its movement was deep and steady. Wood against packed earth. Rope fibers tightening under strain. Breathing voices guiding the rhythm. The pyramid felt alive in those moments. Not in motion like an animal, but in constant, structured movement like a slow-breathing body made of stone and people together. By mid-morning, work focused on reinforcing a curved section of ramp where repeated use had begun to wear down the packed surface. Sand had to be removed first. Then new layers of earth and stone were packed tightly into place. Wooden supports were driven deeper into the ground. Everything had to be rebuilt carefully so that future stone loads would pass safely. Hori worked with several others packing earth into the weakened section using flat wooden tools. Each strike pressed the surface more firmly into shape. It was repetitive work. Quiet work. Work that did not look important from a distance. But without it, nothing above could continue safely. Above them, the upper construction levels continued their slow progress. Tiny figures moved carefully along the highest visible ramps. Each stone placement there depended on the stability of everything below. The pyramid was not built upward alone. It was built inward, outward, and downward all at once. By midday, heat returned fully. The sun sat high and steady above the desert, turning the air warm and still. Shadows shortened. Stone surfaces brightened. The ramps became harder to stand on without feeling the heat rising through the packed earth. Workers rested beneath narrow shaded coverings once again. The shade felt thin, but it broke the direct weight of the sun just enough to allow brief recovery. Hori sat with Beck, both drinking slowly from shared water. Neither spoke for a long time. The older worker eventually looked toward the ramp above them. "Do you ever think the pyramid remembers each day?" he asked quietly. Hori considered the question for a moment. Then he answered softly. "Maybe not as days. Maybe as weight." Beck nodded slowly, as if accepting that thought. "Then it must remember everything." Silence returned. The wind passed faintly through the ramps above them, carrying small trails of dust that drifted down like pale mist. After rest, the afternoon work resumed. Reinforcement continued. Rope lines were re-anchored. Earth was compacted further. Sections were tested carefully before being approved for use again. The pyramid depended on this hidden labor as much as it depended on stone placement. Without maintenance, even the strongest structure would fail over time. The work was slow, methodical, unchanging. Hours passed beneath the steady sun. Then gradually, the light began to soften again. The desert cooled in small, almost unnoticeable stages. Shadows lengthened across the ramp system. The pyramid's surface turned from bright gold to deeper orange once more. Work slowed as the day approached its end. Final checks were made. Tools were gathered. Crews confirmed completed sections before beginning the descent. Hori moved down the ramp with the others. Each step downward felt like returning from a long distance, even though the village was never truly far away. The pyramid remained above them. Still rising. Still waiting. Still becoming something larger than it had been the day before. As Hori reached the lower grounds, he glanced back once more. The structure stood against the evening sky, quiet and enormous, holding the last light of day on its upper edges. Behind him, the village fires were beginning to glow again. And as night slowly approached, the workers returned once more to the small calm world of rest, knowing that the pyramid would still be there when morning came again, unchanged in purpose, and patient in its endless rise. The night after that long day settled in with a familiar softness. Not every night in the workers' village felt the same, but they often shared the same shape. Fires burning low. Quiet voices fading slowly. The distant sound of water jars being set down. And the desert wind moving gently across the settlement like a steady breath. Hori lay still on his mat for a long time before sleep came. His body was tired, but not restless. It had learned how to carry exhaustion without resistance. Outside, the world remained calm. A few guards walked their usual paths near storage areas, their footsteps measured and steady. Somewhere farther away, a dog barked once and then fell silent again. The pyramid itself was unseen tonight, but its presence was still there in thought, in habit, in memory. It never left. Sleep finally arrived, slow and quiet. And morning returned once more, as it always did. The eastern sky brightened softly, like color returning to something that had briefly gone pale. The village stirred. Cooking fires were lit. Bread was prepared. Water was drawn. And workers began to gather in small groups along the pathways leading toward the construction grounds. Hori moved with them without hesitation. His steps followed the same rhythm they always had. Not rushed. Not delayed. Just steady. Today's work assignment carried them to the upper ramp system again, where stone placement crews were preparing for a series of larger blocks arriving from the river docks. As the workers approached the pyramid, the morning light revealed subtle changes along its surface. Newly placed limestone reflected soft sunlight in different angles. Some sections appeared smoother than before. Others showed fresh marks from cutting and alignment. The pyramid never looked exactly the same from one day to the next. It shifted gradually, like a slow-growing landscape shaped by human hands. At the base ramps, movement was already active. Crews prepared hauling lines for incoming stone. Water carriers positioned themselves along shaded points. Supervisors checked rope anchors and support beams with careful attention. And above them all, higher construction levels were already filled with motion. The sound of labor carried downward in faint echoes. Hori joined a team assigned to assist with upper ramp stabilization before the morning stone deliveries began. The climb upward felt familiar now. Even the unevenness of the steps along the packed earth was known to his feet. Each section of the ramp had its own texture. Some places were smoother from repeated use. Others still held rough edges where repairs had recently been made. As they reached the mid-level platform, the wind picked up slightly. Not strong. Just enough to move dust across the stone surfaces in thin drifting lines. Workers paused briefly to adjust cloth coverings over their faces. Then continued. Near one of the ramp junctions, wooden supports were being inspected for alignment. Hori worked with several others tightening rope bindings around a beam that had loosened slightly overnight. The wood resisted as they pulled it into place. Then slowly settled into a more stable position. A supervisor checked it carefully. Then nodded once. Approval was quiet here. It did not need to be spoken loudly. By mid-morning, the first stone deliveries from the river arrived at the lower ramp system. The sound reached them before the stone itself appeared. Wood creaking under weight. Ropes tightening. Low coordinated voices guiding movement. The pyramid was always louder when new stone arrived. Not in noise alone, but in presence. like the entire structure became more aware of its own growth. Hori watched from above as a large limestone block was guided onto a sledge below. Workers positioned themselves around it. The hauling line formed quickly. And soon the stone began its slow journey upward again. The rhythm returned. Pull. Step. Hold. Adjust. Pull again. From the upper ramp, the movement below looked almost fluid. Small figures coordinating around something massive. Like currents flowing around a fixed point. By midday, heat had settled across the pyramid grounds again. The sun pressed down steadily, turning stone surfaces bright and almost white in places. Rest came beneath shaded coverings stretched between beams. The shade offered relief, but the air remained warm. Hori sat quietly, drinking slowly from a clay cup. Beside him, Beck rested with eyes closed, breathing evenly. After a long silence, Beck spoke without opening his eyes. "Do you think the stone becomes lighter when it reaches the top?" he asked. Hori thought for a moment. "I think the workers become more tired," he answered. Beck gave a faint sound that might have been agreement. Or amusement. Or both. Then silence returned. The desert wind moved gently across the upper levels, carrying faint dust through the open spaces between ramp structures. After rest, afternoon work focused on preparing upper placement zones for incoming stones. Alignment checks. Surface smoothing. Ramp edge reinforcement. Everything had to be ready before the larger blocks arrived. The pyramid did not allow delay between stages. Each part depended on the next. Hori worked with a group adjusting a stone edge near one of the upper platforms where placement crews would soon receive a new block. Careful measurements were taken using simple tools and lines marked into the stone surface. Adjustments were small, but important. Too much error would affect the stability of everything above. The work required patience more than strength. Still, fatigue made even simple movements feel heavier as the day continued. Time passed in quiet repetition. Then, slowly, the light began to change again. The sun moved toward the western horizon. Colors shifted across the desert. Gold softened into amber. Shadows stretched across the ramp systems in long quiet lines. The pyramid began to glow once more in evening light. Work slowed gradually. Crews completed final adjustments. Tools were gathered. Rope lines checked one last time. And then, one by one, the workers began the descent back toward the village. The downward walk felt familiar in its own way. Less strain in the body. More awareness of the silence around them. The pyramid remained above. Large against the sky. Holding the last light of the day. Behind Hori, the sound of footsteps faded into the wider quiet of the desert evening. And as the workers returned once more to their homes, fires slowly beginning to rise in the village ahead, the pyramid continued standing alone in the twilight, waiting patiently for the next morning, and the next long day of human labor beneath the ancient Egyptian sky. Night returned again with the same quiet rhythm it always brought. The village settled slowly, like dust falling into still water. Fires dimmed into soft red glows. The sounds of movement faded one by one. Even conversation became rare after a long day like this. Most people simply did not have the energy left to speak more than necessary. Hori sat outside his home for a while before lying down. The air had cooled gently, carrying a faint dryness that came from the open desert beyond the settlement. It touched the skin lightly, without discomfort. Above him, the stars were already visible. Not scattered in a random way, but steady and wide, filling the sky with a calm brightness that never seemed to change. The pyramid was unseen tonight, but everyone knew its shape was still there in the darkness beyond the village. It did not need light to exist. It did not need attention to continue. It simply remained. Hori eventually lay down on his mat. His body felt heavy in a familiar way now. Not painful. Not new. Just worn by repetition. Sleep came slowly, like drifting into a deeper current. And morning returned once again. The first light of day spread gently across the horizon. The village stirred. Fires were lit. Water was drawn. Bread was prepared. And workers began moving toward the construction grounds in quiet groups, their steps steady and unhurried. Hori joined them without thought. His body already understood the path. The pyramid came into view as they walked. It always appeared gradually, as if rising out of the land itself rather than standing upon it. At first only its outline could be seen against the brightening sky. Then more detail appeared. Ramp structures. Stone layers. Clusters of workers already moving along the lower and upper levels. The entire construction site was already awake before the sun fully rose. Today's assignment brought Hori's crew to stone alignment duties along a mid to upper ramp junction. A place where multiple pathways met. Where movement had to remain carefully controlled. Where small errors could affect larger flows of stone moving upward. The climb began early. Cool air still remained in the shaded parts of the ramps. Workers moved more easily in these first moments of the morning. But everyone knew that would not last. As they reached the upper sections, the sun began to rise more fully, and the pyramid stone surfaces slowly warmed. The light here was different than below. Stronger. Clearer. More direct. It reflected sharply off limestone, making the upper levels feel brighter even in the early hours. Hori worked with a group inspecting ramp edges where repeated hauling had begun to smooth and compress certain sections unevenly. Stone had to be adjusted carefully. Packed earth reinforced again. Loose material removed before it could interfere with sledges. It was not dramatic work. But it was constant. And necessary. Without it, the entire system of movement would weaken. By mid-morning, the sound of hauling returned more strongly. New stone was arriving again from the river docks. The familiar signals echoed faintly upward through the ramp system. Ropes tightening. Wood creaking. Workers calling steady instructions to each other. The pyramid was once again receiving its weight for the day. From the upper ramp junction, Hori could see multiple levels of movement below him. Lines of workers guiding sledges upward in slow coordinated rhythm. The scene felt almost endless. One movement blending into another without clear beginning or end. Like breathing. Like waves. By midday, heat filled the entire construction site again. The desert sky remained clear and wide. Not a single cloud broke its surface. Sunlight pressed evenly across stone and sand, making everything feel still and heavy at the same time. Rest came beneath the same shaded coverings as always. Workers gathered in quiet clusters. Drinking slowly. Eating without hurry. The shade was thin, but it marked a boundary between effort and recovery. Hori sat near Beck again. The older worker looked tired, but steady. After a long silence, Beck spoke softly. "When I was younger," he said, "I thought the pyramid would feel different when I finally saw it rise high enough." Hori looked at him. "And does it?" Beck stared forward for a moment. "No," he answered. "It feels the same. Only larger." That simple truth stayed in the air for a while. After rest, afternoon work continued along the ramp junction. Stone movement increased as more blocks were brought into the system. Hori and his crew helped guide alignment points where two ramp paths merged into one larger route. This area required careful attention. Traffic increased here. Weight increased here. Mistakes here could affect everything above and below. Workers moved with practiced coordination. Signals were short. Gestures simple. Everything reduced to efficiency under heat and repetition. Time passed slowly. Not in motion, but in endurance. The sun began its gradual descent late in the afternoon. Light softened across the pyramid again. Shadows stretched long along the ramps. The stone began to change color once more, shifting from bright white to warm gold. Work slowed slightly as the day approached its end. Final adjustments were made along the ramp junction. Loose material was cleared. Supports checked. Paths confirmed safe for continued hauling. Then, one by one, crews began the descent back toward the village. Hori walked with them. His steps felt familiar in the downward rhythm now. Less strain. More quiet. Above them, the pyramid remained illuminated in the last light of day. Still growing. Still unfinished. Still patient in its endless construction. The village fires were already beginning to glow again as they approached. Smoke rose gently into the cooling air. And as night slowly returned once more to the land of Egypt, the workers moved back into their small circle of rest and silence, while the Great Pyramid remained behind them, unchanged in purpose, and steady in its long, unbroken rise through time. The night was calm again, the way it often was after a full day of labor. Not peaceful in a perfect sense, but settled. Like the world had finally lowered its voice. Inside the village, the last fires burned low. Thin lines of smoke drifted upward and disappeared into the dark sky without effort. Hori lay on his mat for a long time before sleep arrived. His body felt heavier than usual tonight, as if each muscle had been filled with quiet sand. Not painful. Just tired in a deep, steady way that did not go away quickly. Outside, the wind moved gently through the settlement paths. It brushed against walls, shifted loose dust, and then passed on without disturbance. The pyramid was not visible in the darkness, but its presence remained in every direction people looked without thinking. Morning always began with it. Even rest felt shaped by it. Sleep came at last, slow and soft. And morning returned again, as it always did. The sky began pale, almost colorless at first. Then light slowly gathered along the horizon, as if the world was remembering how to shine again. The village stirred in its usual order. Fires were lit. Bread was prepared. Water was drawn. And workers gathered along the paths that led toward the construction grounds. Hori moved with them without hesitation. His steps were steady now, guided more by habit than thought. The pyramid appeared gradually as they walked. First its outline. Then its structure. Then the full scale of its presence rising above the desert. Today, the construction site felt especially active. More hauling crews were already in motion. More stone was arriving from the river. More movement filled the ramps at every level. Something about the site felt slightly faster today, though nothing ever truly rushed here. It only expanded in rhythm. Hori's assignment was along the mid-ramp system again, where multiple hauling routes crossed and required coordination. The climb upward was familiar. Even the uneven stones underfoot felt known now, like a path walked so many times it had become part of memory. As the workers reached their positions, the sound of labor was already rising from below. Ropes tightening. Sledges moving. low voices guiding the stone. The pyramid was awake early today. Hori helped position a support crew near a crossing point where two hauling lines would pass each other. Timing mattered here. If one line moved too soon, the other would be forced to stop. If one paused too long, the entire flow above would slow. Everything depended on small moments of coordination. By mid-morning, the sun had risen higher and the desert heat returned fully. The upper stone surfaces began to glow faintly under direct light. Workers moved more slowly, adjusting their pace to the rising temperature. Water carriers became more active, moving carefully between crews with clay jars held close to their bodies to prevent spilling. Hori took short breaks when possible, leaning against stone surfaces that still held the coolness of early morning shade. From this height, the view stretched far outward. The Nile was visible in the distance again, a thin shifting line of life cutting through the desert. Beyond it, farmland spread in narrow green bands before fading into sand. Everything felt layered. River, land, stone, work. Life built in overlapping levels, just like the pyramid itself. At midday, rest came again beneath the shaded coverings. The shade was slightly stronger here at the mid-ramps, supported by thicker wooden beams. Workers gathered in small groups, eating slowly, conserving energy. Hori sat near Beck, who was resting with his back against a support post. The older worker looked toward the ramp above them, where hauling crews continued even during the edge of rest hours. "Do you notice something?" Beck asked quietly. Hori glanced upward. "What?" "Even when we stop," Beck said, "it does not stop." Hori understood what he meant. The pyramid's movement was not one thing. It was many smaller movements continuing in different places at different times. If one part rested, another part continued. If one group paused, another began. It never truly stood still. After rest, afternoon work resumed along the ramp crossing point. This was one of the busiest sections of the entire system. Stone from multiple lines passed through here before continuing upward. Hori helped guide rope adjustments for a large limestone block approaching from below. The sound of its movement grew louder as it neared. Wood scraping. Ropes tightening. Voices calling carefully timed instructions. When it arrived at the crossing point, workers on both lines coordinated briefly to allow passage. One line paused. The other moved. Then they switched. It was simple in concept, but required constant attention. The pyramid functioned through these small adjustments repeated endlessly. As the afternoon continued, fatigue began to settle deeper into the workers' bodies. Hands felt heavier. Steps slower. Breathing more noticeable. But the rhythm did not break. Even exhaustion became part of the system. Late in the day, a faint wind moved through the upper ramps. Not strong enough to disturb work. Just enough to cool the skin briefly. Dust drifted lightly across the stone surfaces, softening the edges of light and shadow. The pyramid appeared almost calm in that moment. Not silent, but balanced. Work slowed as evening approached. The sun began its descent once more toward the western desert. Light softened across the entire construction site. Golden tones returned to the stone. Shadows lengthened along the ramps. Workers completed final movements for the day. Ropes were loosened. Tools gathered. Support points checked. And then, slowly, the crews began descending again. Hori walked down with them. The village came into view as they descended. Small. Familiar. Waiting. The pyramid remained behind them, holding the last light of the day across its upper levels. Still rising. Still unfinished. Still part of every returning step the workers made toward home. As evening fires began to glow once more in the settlement below, the long day of labor faded gently into night again, and the cycle of work, rest, and return continued as it always had beneath the quiet desert sky. Night once again covered the land of Egypt in a soft, steady darkness. The transition was never sudden. It always felt gradual, like the world slowly lowering its eyes after a long day of watching the sun. In the workers' village, the fires were smaller tonight. Many had already burned down to glowing embers, holding warmth without flame. The smell of smoke mixed with sand and cooked grain, drifting gently between the homes. Hori sat outside for a while after returning from the pyramid. His body had grown used to this pattern now: labor, return, rest, repeat. There was no surprise in it anymore. Only rhythm. The desert wind moved quietly across the settlement. It passed through narrow paths between mud-brick homes, brushing lightly against walls and cloth coverings left outside to dry. It was neither cold nor warm. Just present. Above, the sky was filled with stars again. Not scattered. Not changing. Just steady points of light that seemed to watch without moving. The pyramid could not be seen clearly tonight. Only its idea remained. A presence behind the darkness. Hori eventually lay down on his reed mat. Sleep came without struggle. And morning returned, as it always did. The sky brightened slowly. The village awakened in small, familiar stages. Fires were rekindled. Bread was baked. Water was gathered. And workers began moving toward the construction grounds in their usual steady flow. Hori joined them without thought. His feet already knew the path. The pyramid appeared gradually as the light increased. First as a dark shape against the horizon. Then as structure. Then as layers of stone catching early sunlight. Today's assignment was different from the previous days, though still part of the same endless system. The crews were moving toward higher ramp maintenance and stone finishing work near the upper midsections. As the workers climbed, the air remained cool for a short time. The early hours always felt like a brief pause in the desert's heat. But everyone knew it would not last. At the mid-ramp level, activity was already underway. Stone was being prepared for another series of upward deliveries. Support crews checked alignment points where ramps met newly built sections of the pyramid. Hori joined a group tasked with smoothing and reinforcing a transition zone between two ramp layers. This area had become important over time. As the pyramid grew higher, more pressure moved through these mid-sections. More weight. More traffic. More constant use. Workers used flat tools and packed earth to level uneven surfaces. Small adjustments. Repeated many times. Each one necessary. Above them, hauling crews were already in motion, bringing new limestone blocks from lower staging areas. The sound of movement carried faintly downward through the structure. Wood against earth. Rope against wood. Low voices guiding heavy stone. The pyramid was already active before the sun fully rose. By mid-morning, heat began to return across the desert. The sky remained clear and wide. The sun rose higher, brightening every surface it touched. Stone reflected heat in soft waves that shimmered above the ramps. Workers adjusted their pace without needing instructions. It was understood. Everything slowed slightly as the day grew warmer. Water carriers moved carefully along the ramps, offering small amounts of water to different crews. Hori took brief pauses when possible, resting his hands against the stone walls. The surface felt warm now. Not hot enough to burn, but alive with sunlight. From the mid-ramp section, the pyramid felt even larger than before. Not because it had grown suddenly, but because perspective changed with height. The higher one climbed, the more the structure seemed to expand around them. At midday, rest came beneath shaded coverings. The shade was simple but welcome. Workers gathered quietly, sitting or leaning against support beams. Eating slowly. Drinking carefully. Hori sat near Beck as usual. The older worker stared ahead for a long time without speaking. Then he said softly, "It is strange." Hori looked at him. "What is?" "That something so large is built by so many small days." Hori did not answer immediately. He understood, but had no simple words for it. After a moment, he said quietly, "Maybe that is the only way large things can exist." Beck gave a faint nod. "Yes," he said. Piece by piece. Silence returned. The wind moved lightly through the upper ramps, carrying small streams of dust across the stone surfaces. After rest, work resumed again. The afternoon focused on completing the transition zone reinforcement. More earth was packed. More stones adjusted. More supports checked. The pyramid required constant attention in these areas, where movement was most concentrated. Hori worked steadily, repeating the same motions over and over. Press. Level. Smooth. Secure. Time passed in a slow, even flow. Not marked by events, but by endurance. The sun began to lower late in the afternoon. Light softened across the desert again. The pyramid changed color slowly, shifting from bright white to warm gold. Shadows stretched across the ramps like long quiet lines connecting one level of work to another. Crews completed final checks. Tools were gathered. Adjustments confirmed. And then, once more, the descent began. Hori walked down with the others. His body felt heavy but familiar in its tiredness. The village appeared below, small and steady, waiting as it always did. Behind them, the pyramid remained illuminated by the last light of day, its upper edges glowing softly against the deepening sky. Still growing. Still unfinished. Still present in every return journey the workers made toward home. As night slowly arrived again over the land of Egypt, the workers moved back into their quiet world of fires and rest, while the Great Pyramid continued standing beyond them, unchanged in purpose, and patient in its endless rise through time. The night after that day settled over the desert in its usual way. Slowly. Quietly. Without effort. The village grew still as the last cooking fires faded into glowing coals. A few thin trails of smoke rose upward and dissolved into the dark sky, where the stars waited in their familiar patterns. Inside the homes, most workers slept already. Their bodies did not need encouragement anymore. Exhaustion had become a kind of natural guide, leading them into rest as soon as the day was finished. Hori lay still on his mat for a long time before sleep came. Not restless. Just aware. Aware of the quiet outside. Aware of the weight in his shoulders. Aware of the long rhythm of days that seemed to stretch without end, each one similar to the last, yet still slightly different. Outside, the desert wind moved gently across the settlement. It passed through narrow pathways between homes, brushing sand lightly against walls. It carried no urgency. Only movement. Above, the sky was open and still. The pyramid could not be seen clearly tonight, but it remained present in thought, as it always was. A structure that lived even in absence of light. Sleep came slowly. And morning returned again. The sky brightened gradually from deep gray into soft gold. The village stirred. Fires were rekindled. Bread was baked. Water was drawn. And workers gathered along the familiar paths leading toward the construction site. Hori moved with them. His steps were steady now, shaped by repetition more than decision. The pyramid emerged again from the morning light. First as outline. Then as form. Then as structure rising above the desert like something both built and natural at the same time. Today's work began near the upper ramp systems again. But there was something different in the atmosphere this morning. A quiet sense of preparation. Not urgency. Not alarm. Just a subtle shift in focus across the entire construction site. Workers noticed it without needing explanation. Supervisors moved with slightly more attention than usual. Scribes stood in clearer positions near key ramp junctions. Even the arrangement of tools and supplies felt more deliberate. Hori did not know the reason. But he felt the change. The climb upward felt the same as always. Cool air at first. Then slowly warming stone beneath sunlight. The sound of labor growing stronger as they approached higher levels. At the mid-ramp section, crews were already preparing for something larger than usual stone movement. Extra rope lines were being laid out. Additional support beams checked. Sledge paths cleared more carefully than normal. Hori joined a group assigned to stabilize a long upper ramp segment that would soon receive a series of large limestone blocks. As he worked, he noticed more activity than usual along the higher platforms. Workers moving in coordinated groups. Not hurried. But precise. The pyramid always had moments like this. When certain days required more focus than others. By mid-morning, the reason became clearer. A large stone delivery was arriving from the river docks. Not just one block. But a sequence of heavier limestone pieces meant for a critical upper section of the pyramid structure. The sound reached the upper ramps before the stones appeared. Deep wooden creaking. Strained rope tension. Low coordinated calls echoing upward through the ramp system. The workers adjusted immediately. Lines were cleared. Positions set. Support points checked one last time. Hori watched from the mid-ramp junction as the first of the larger stones began its climb. It moved slowly. Heavier than most blocks they had handled recently. The sledge groaned beneath its weight. Workers along the rope line leaned forward together, guiding it upward in steady rhythm. The pyramid seemed to respond to its arrival. Not visibly, but in activity. Every nearby crew adjusted their timing slightly. The entire structure felt more engaged. More active. Like a system receiving something important. By midday, rest came briefly, but it felt shorter than usual. Even in the shade, workers remained aware of the ongoing movement above and below. The larger stone deliveries continued through the ramp system. One after another. Each requiring careful coordination. Hori sat with Beck during rest. The older worker watched the ramp lines with quiet attention. "This is not ordinary stone," Beck said softly. Hori looked toward him. Beck did not explain further. He did not need to. After rest, afternoon work resumed quickly. The focus was now on supporting the movement of the large stones through the upper ramp system. Hori's group reinforced sections where pressure increased due to heavier loads passing overhead. Everything required more caution than usual. Wooden supports were tightened. Earth surfaces reinforced. Rope anchors checked repeatedly. The pyramid, already massive, now seemed to carry a deeper sense of weight in its movement. not heavier in appearance, but in feeling. As the afternoon continued, each large stone passed through the system slowly, carefully, and without interruption. The workers moved like parts of a single coordinated rhythm. No unnecessary motion. No wasted effort. Only flow. The sun began to lower toward evening. Light softened across the pyramid once more. The upper stones caught the golden glow in long steady reflections. Shadows deepened across the ramp system. Crews completed final stabilization checks as the last of the larger stones reached their upper positions for the day. Then, gradually, the movement slowed. And the usual rhythm returned. Work ended. Tools were gathered. Lines cleared. And the descent began. Hori walked down with the others in quiet formation. The village appeared below as they descended, small and steady as always. Behind them, the pyramid remained illuminated in the last light of the day. But now it felt different than before. Not changed in shape, but changed in presence. Like something had moved through it during the day and left a deeper stillness behind. As the workers returned toward their homes and the evening fires began to glow again, the desert slowly settled into night once more, and the pyramid remained standing in the darkness beyond the village, continuing its long, patient rise without pause, without sound, and without end. Night arrived again in its slow, familiar way. The desert did not change its behavior from one evening to the next. It always softened, always quieted, always let the light fade without resistance. In the workers' village, the fires were low now. Only small points of orange glow remained, scattered between homes like quiet reminders of warmth. The smell of smoke and grain hung lightly in the air, carried gently by the night wind. Hori sat outside longer than usual after returning from the construction site. His body felt heavier tonight, not from pain, but from the long repetition of effort. The kind of tiredness that settles into muscles and does not leave quickly, even after rest begins. Around him, the village was already calming. Voices had faded. Footsteps had slowed. Only the wind remained active, moving softly through narrow paths between walls and sleeping spaces. Above, the sky was wide and dark. The stars appeared steady again, as if they had always been there and would always remain. The pyramid could not be seen clearly, but its presence was still felt beyond the darkness. Today had been different in small ways. Not loud differences. Not sudden changes. But subtle ones that lingered in memory. He did not fully understand what the larger stone deliveries meant yet, but he felt that something in the construction rhythm had shifted slightly. Not in direction, but in weight. Eventually, Hori lay down on his mat. His breathing slowed naturally. Sleep came without resistance. And morning returned again, as it always did. The sky brightened softly from deep gray into pale gold. The village stirred with familiar movement. Fires were rekindled. Water was drawn. Bread was prepared. And workers gathered along the paths toward the construction site. Hori moved with them. No hesitation. No change in rhythm. The pyramid appeared again as they walked. First distant. Then clearer. Then fully present in the morning light. Today, the construction site felt even more structured than before. The signs of yesterday's heavier stone deliveries were still visible. Reinforced ramp sections. Strengthened support beams. Cleared and widened hauling paths. Everything had been adjusted to accommodate the larger scale of movement. Workers understood without needing instruction that today would continue in the same direction. Careful coordination. Heavier loads. Stronger structural focus. Hori climbed with his group toward the mid-ramp system again. The air was cool at first, but warming quickly as the sun rose. The pyramid surface reflected early light in soft pale tones. From this angle, it looked even more layered than before. Not just rising upward, but built through many overlapping stages of effort. When they reached the mid-ramp junction, activity was already underway. Rope lines were being prepared. Support crews were in position. Sledge paths were cleared with extra attention. Hori took his place along a reinforced section where pressure from heavier stones would pass later in the day. The work here required patience. Not movement, but readiness. By mid-morning, the sound of large stone transport returned again from below. Deep wooden groaning. Rope tension pulling tight. Voices calling slow and controlled instructions. The first of the heavy limestone blocks began its climb. Even from a distance, its weight was visible in the way it moved. Slow. Careful. Constantly supported by multiple lines of workers. The pyramid seemed to respond again to its arrival. Not physically, but in rhythm. Every nearby crew adjusted timing. Every section of the ramp system aligned with its passage. Hori watched from the mid-ramp position as the block moved upward through the structure. It passed below him first. Then slowly rose to his level. Then continued upward beyond. Each moment required attention. No mistakes allowed. By midday, rest came again beneath shaded coverings. The atmosphere felt quieter than usual. Not calm in a relaxed sense, but focused. Even during rest, workers spoke less. Watched more. Listened more. Hori sat near Beck as always. The older worker stared forward for a long time before speaking. "These stones are not just heavier," Beck said quietly. Hori turned slightly. "What do you mean?" Beck paused. "They feel more connected." Hori did not respond immediately. He understood, but not in a way he could easily explain. The pyramid was no longer just separate pieces being placed together. It felt like something becoming more unified as it grew. After rest, afternoon work focused again on ramp reinforcement and coordination for additional heavy stone movement. The system had to remain stable under increasing load. Hori worked carefully along structural supports, tightening rope bindings and checking wooden beam alignment. Everything was done slowly. Precisely. Repeatedly. The pyramid's growth was no longer just upward progress. It was becoming more complex in how each level depended on the others. As the sun lowered in the afternoon sky, light softened again across the entire construction site. The pyramid shifted into warm golden tones once more. Shadows stretched across ramps in long, quiet lines. Crews completed final stabilization checks for the day. Tools were gathered. Paths cleared. Signals confirmed. Then, slowly, the descent began. Hori walked down with the others. The village came into view below, as steady and unchanged as ever. Behind them, the pyramid remained illuminated in the last light of day. But something about it felt different now. Not larger. Not smaller. Just more connected. As if the work of many days had begun to feel less separate and more unified within the structure itself. As evening fires rose again in the village and night approached once more, the workers returned to rest, while the Great Pyramid continued standing beyond them in silence, carrying the weight of countless days, and continuing its slow, patient rise through time without ever needing to be complete. Night settled again, the same way it always did, without hurry and without sound. The desert never seemed to change its manner of ending the day. It only softened, as if the land itself was gently lowering into rest. In the workers' village, the fires were nearly gone now. Only faint embers remained in a few places, glowing weakly beneath thin layers of ash. The air carried the smell of smoke that had already cooled, mixed with sand and the faint scent of bread still lingering from earlier meals. Hori lay on his mat, awake for a while longer than usual. His body was tired in a way that no longer surprised him. It was not sharp fatigue anymore. It was something deeper and more settled, like a constant weight that had become familiar enough to stop noticing most of the time. Outside, the wind moved slowly through the village paths. It did not push or pull. It simply passed through, brushing lightly against walls and sleeping spaces, then continuing onward into the open desert. Above, the sky was full again. The stars did not shift. They did not rush. They simply existed in their quiet places, watching without movement. The pyramid was not visible tonight, but it was never absent in thought. It remained behind everything, even when unseen. Sleep came slowly, as it always did. And morning returned again. The sky brightened in gradual stages. From deep gray to pale blue to soft gold. The village stirred into its familiar rhythm. Fires were lit. Water was collected. Bread was prepared. And workers began moving toward the construction grounds in quiet lines. Hori joined them without thought. His steps already knew where to go. The pyramid appeared again as they walked. First as a shadow against the lightning sky. Then as shape. Then as a structure rising out of the desert in layered form. Today, the construction site felt different in a subtle but noticeable way. Not in activity, but in atmosphere. The movement of workers seemed more synchronized than before. More connected across different levels of the ramp system. As if the entire site had become more aware of itself as one continuous effort. Hori climbed with his group toward the mid-ramp junction again. The air was still cool in the early hours, but the sun was already beginning its slow rise. Light touched the upper stones first, then gradually moved downward across the structure. At the mid-ramp level, crews were already in position. Rope lines prepared. Support beams checked. Stone paths cleared. There was no confusion. Only readiness. Hori took his place near a reinforced section where multiple ramp lines converged again. This area had become increasingly important in recent days. More heavy stone was passing through here now than before. By mid-morning, the sound of movement began rising again from below. Not just one stone, but several in sequence. Large limestone blocks arriving in steady intervals from the river docks. The pyramid was receiving more weight today. More than usual. Each block moved slowly into position. Each one required full coordination from multiple crews. The sound of hauling filled the ramp system again. Wood creaking under strain. Ropes tightening in long controlled rhythm. Low voices guiding movement through complex paths. Hori watched as the first large block of the day passed beneath the mid-ramp junction. It moved with careful precision. Not rushed. Not uncertain. Just steady under great weight. The system adjusted around it naturally. As if the pyramid itself understood how to guide its own growth. By midday, rest came again beneath shaded coverings. The heat outside was steady now, pressing across the desert in long waves. Inside the shade, workers sat quietly. Drinking slowly. Eating without conversation. There was less talking today than usual. Not from exhaustion alone, but from attention. Something about the day made people quieter. Hori sat near Beck again. The older worker looked toward the ramp system for a long time before speaking. "It is changing," Beck said softly. Hori glanced at him. "The pyramid?" he asked. Beck nodded slightly. "Not in shape," he said. "In behavior." Hori did not respond immediately. He understood what was meant, though it was difficult to put into words. The system of movement, labor, and structure felt more unified now. Less separate parts. More continuous flow. After rest, afternoon work focused on supporting multiple heavy stone passages through the mid-ramp junction. This section now handled a constant flow of larger blocks. Hori worked alongside others, adjusting rope anchor points and reinforcing stress areas where repeated weight had begun to press into the ramp surface. Everything required more attention than before. Even small adjustments mattered. As the afternoon continued, the pyramid seemed almost to breathe through its movement. Stone arrived. Moved. Passed upward. Then another followed. The rhythm never broke. Only shifted slightly in pace. The sun lowered gradually toward evening again. Light softened across the entire structure. The pyramid glowed in warm tones, as if absorbing the last light of the day rather than simply reflecting it. Shadows stretched long across the ramps once more. Crews completed final checks. Secured rope lines. Confirmed stability of recent heavy passages. Then the descent began again. Hori walked down with the others. The village appeared below, steady and unchanged as always. Behind them, the pyramid remained illuminated in the fading light. But now it felt different in a way that was difficult to describe. Not larger. Not smaller. But more continuous. As if every part of it had begun to move with a shared understanding. As night slowly returned over the desert once more, the workers moved back into their homes and fires, and the Great Pyramid continued standing beyond them in silence, carrying the weight of countless coordinated days, and continuing its long, patient rise without pause, without interruption, and without end. Night arrived again over the desert, quiet and unchanged. It did not feel like something new each time. It felt like the same night returning, gently, as if it had never truly left at all. In the workers' village, the last embers of fire dimmed into soft red dots among the homes. Smoke rose in thin lines and disappeared into the dark sky without resistance. Hori lay on his mat, still for a long time before sleep came. His body had begun to accept the cycle completely now. Wake. Work. Return. Rest. Wake again. It no longer felt like separate days. It felt like one long motion that only paused briefly in darkness. Outside, the wind moved slowly through the village paths. It touched the ground lightly, shifting small grains of sand, then moved on. No sound followed it for long. Above, the sky was full of stars again. They remained steady, as they always did. No closer. No farther. Just constant presence. The pyramid was not visible tonight, but it remained in thought like a fixed point beyond the village. Something always waiting in the distance of morning. Sleep came quietly. And morning returned again. The sky brightened in its slow familiar sequence. Gray into pale light. Pale light into warm gold. The village awakened in the same steady order. Fires were rebuilt. Water was gathered. Bread was prepared. And workers formed their paths toward the construction site once more. Hori joined them without pause. His steps no longer needed direction. The pyramid appeared again as they walked. First as outline. Then as form. then as a rising structure shaped by layers of stone and labor. Today felt slightly different as they approached. Not in the work itself, but in the atmosphere surrounding it. The entire construction site felt quieter in movement, yet deeper in coordination. Less separate effort. More unified flow. As if something had settled into place across the structure over the past days. Hori climbed toward the mid-ramp junction with his group. The air was cool at first, but already shifting toward warmth as the sun rose higher. Stone beneath their feet carried the memory of many days of movement. Polished in places. Rough in others. Every step felt familiar now. At the mid-ramp level, crews were already active. Rope lines were prepared. Support beams reinforced. Paths cleared with careful attention. But there was something different in the way people moved. Slower in appearance. Yet more precise. As if each action had gained importance. Hori took his position along a reinforced crossing point where multiple ramp paths met. This area had become one of the most active sections of the entire system. By mid-morning, the sound of heavy movement rose again from below. Larger stone deliveries continued. But now they arrived in a steadier, more continuous flow than before. Not grouped. Not separated. But evenly spaced, as if the system itself had found a more stable rhythm. The first large block passed through the lower ramps. Then another followed shortly after. Then another. Each one moved upward with careful coordination. The pyramid seemed less like a structure being built in stages, and more like a structure continuously receiving itself. Hori watched as one of the heavy stones passed beneath his level. The movement was smooth, but controlled tightly. Every rope line shared the load evenly. Every group of workers adjusted in small synchronized steps. There was no hesitation. Only flow. By midday, rest came beneath shaded coverings. The heat outside was steady now, pressing evenly across stone and sand. Inside the shade, the air felt still. Workers sat in quiet groups again. Drinking slowly. Eating without urgency. There was little conversation today. Not because of exhaustion alone. But because attention had shifted. Something about the continuous movement of stone had changed the feeling of the day. Hori sat near Beck. The older worker looked toward the ramp system for a long time before speaking. "It does not feel like we are moving stones anymore," Beck said quietly. Hori looked at him. "Then what does it feel like?" Beck paused. "Like we are shaping time itself," he said. Hori did not answer. But the thought remained. After rest, afternoon work continued with the same steady flow. Heavy stones continued passing through the system. But now there were fewer interruptions between movements. Less stopping. Less waiting. More continuous progression through the ramp structure. Hori worked along support points, adjusting rope anchors and checking beam pressure as each stone passed. The pyramid felt increasingly unified in its movement. Not faster. Not slower. Just more continuous. As if all parts of it had begun to move as a single system without separation. The sun began to lower again toward evening. Light softened across the desert. The pyramid shifted into warm gold tones once more. Shadows stretched long across the ramps, connecting different levels in thin dark lines. Crews completed final checks. Secured anchor points. Confirmed stability across multiple sections. Then, as always, the descent began. Hori walked down with the others. The village appeared below, calm and unchanged. But the pyramid behind them felt different now. Not in size. Not in shape. But in presence. As if it no longer felt like a collection of work. But something continuous. Something always in motion. As night returned once more over the desert, the workers moved back into their homes and fires, and the Great Pyramid remained standing beyond them in silence, still growing, still receiving, and continuing its long, patient rise as one uninterrupted flow of human effort beneath the endless Egyptian sky. Night returned once again, quietly, without announcement. The desert never seemed to change its way of ending the day. It simply let the light fade, slowly and evenly, until everything was held in darkness. In the workers' village, only a few fires still burned. Their light was soft and low, casting small circles of warmth against the walls of nearby homes. The rest of the village had already settled into stillness. Hori lay on his mat for a long time before sleep arrived. His body felt deeply familiar with fatigue now. It no longer arrived as something separate. It felt like a constant layer beneath everything else, always present, always steady. Outside, the wind moved through the village in slow passing waves. It did not linger. It did not press. It simply moved on, touching the sand, the walls, the sleeping spaces, and then continuing into the wider desert. Above, the sky was unchanged. The stars remained in their fixed places, as if time did not reach them at all. The pyramid could not be seen, but it was still there in thought, in direction, in habit. Always there. Sleep came gently. And morning returned again. The sky brightened slowly. Darkness loosened its hold. And light spread across the horizon in calm, gradual stages. The village followed its familiar rhythm. Fires were rekindled. Water was drawn. Bread was prepared. And workers began walking toward the construction site once more. Hori moved with them. His steps were steady, unthinking, already aligned with the path. The pyramid appeared again as they walked. First as a dark shape against the early sky. Then as structure. Then as layered stone rising from the desert floor. Today, something about the approach felt different again. Not in urgency. Not in activity. But in continuity. The flow of work seemed more uninterrupted than before. More consistent across all levels. As if the entire structure had settled into a unified motion that no longer depended on pauses between stages. Hori climbed with his group toward the mid-ramp junction. The air was cool in the early morning, but already beginning to warm under rising sunlight. Stone beneath their feet carried a long memory of movement. Every surface slightly worn by repeated passage. Every edge softened by time and labor. At the mid-ramp level, crews were already in motion. But the organization felt even more refined than the previous day. Rope lines were already set before arrival. Support beams reinforced in advance. Stone paths cleared without delay. There was less adjustment needed now. Less correction. More readiness from the beginning. Hori took his position near a central crossing point where multiple ramp routes converged. This section had become one of the most active parts of the entire construction system. By mid-morning, the sound of stone movement rose again from below. But now it felt continuous rather than separated. One block followed another in steady intervals. Each arriving at the ramp system without pause between them. The pyramid no longer felt like it was receiving stones in stages. It felt like it was receiving them as a constant stream. The first large limestone block passed beneath Hori's level. Then another followed shortly after. Then another. Each one moved with careful control. But without interruption in the system's overall rhythm. The workers adjusted almost instinctively now. No need for long instruction. No need for correction. Only movement in coordination. Hori watched the flow below. It no longer felt like individual tasks. It felt like one continuous operation extending across the entire structure. By midday, rest came beneath shaded coverings again. The heat outside had grown steady and even. Inside the shade, everything felt still. Workers sat quietly, drinking slowly, eating in silence. There was less speaking today than before. Not because of exhaustion alone, but because attention had become more inward, more observant. Hori sat near Beck. The older worker stared forward for a long time before speaking. "It is no longer building," Beck said softly. Hori looked at him. "What is it now?" Beck paused. "It is becoming something that continues on its own rhythm," he said. Hori did not respond. But he understood. After rest, afternoon work resumed without interruption. Stone continued to arrive in a steady, uninterrupted flow. The ramp system carried movement continuously now. Less pause between loads. Less separation between tasks. Hori worked along support points, adjusting rope anchors and checking beam pressure as stone passed in constant rhythm above and below. The pyramid felt different in this state. Not larger. Not smaller. But uninterrupted. Like something that had found its own continuous breath. As the sun began to lower again toward evening, the desert softened once more into warm tones of gold. The pyramid reflected light across its surfaces in long, steady gradients. Shadows stretched across the ramps like connecting lines between all levels of work. Crews completed final adjustments. Secured final loads for the day. And then, as always, the descent began. Hori walked down with the others. The village appeared below, calm and familiar. But the feeling behind them was different now. The pyramid no longer felt like a structure progressing day by day. It felt like something that no longer paused at all. A continuous motion of labor, stone, and time. As night returned once more over the desert, the workers moved back into their homes and fires, and the Great Pyramid remained standing beyond them in silence, not as a series of completed steps, but as one unbroken process still unfolding beneath the endless sky. Night returned once more, the same way it always did, without sound or warning. The desert did not announce its changes. It simply shifted, slowly, until light no longer remained and everything was held in a soft, even darkness. In the workers' village, only a few fires still burned. Their glow was faint now, more ember than flame. The warmth they gave was small but steady, enough for tired bodies settling into rest after another long day. Hori lay on his mat, still for a long time before sleep came. His body felt like it no longer separated days clearly. Work, rest, waking, sleeping, they all blended into one continuous rhythm that repeated without interruption. Outside, the wind moved gently through the village paths. It touched the ground lightly, moved around walls and sleeping spaces, then drifted away again into the desert. Above, the sky was wide and unchanged. The stars held their places without movement, as if time did not pass where they were. The pyramid could not be seen tonight, but it was never absent in thought. It remained there beyond the darkness, beyond the village, beyond the reach of sight. Sleep arrived slowly. And morning returned again. Light spread across the horizon in its familiar sequence. Soft gray becoming pale gold. Pale gold becoming warm brightness. The village stirred into motion. Fires were lit. Water was drawn. Bread was prepared, and workers began their steady walk toward the construction site once more. Hori moved with them. No hesitation. No change in pace. Only continuation. The pyramid appeared again as they walked. First as a dark outline. Then as a rising form. Then as a structure that seemed less like something built and more like something constantly forming. Today, the approach felt different again in a subtle way. Not in speed. Not in activity. But in smoothness. The transition from one level of work to another felt even more connected than before. As if the entire system had removed the last small gaps between movements. Hori climbed with his group toward the mid-ramp junction. The air was still cool in the early morning, but already warming under the rising sun. Stone underfoot felt familiar now in every way. Its surface worn by countless steps. Its edges softened by repeated use. At the mid-ramp level, crews were already fully in motion. But today, there was almost no need for adjustment at arrival. Everything was already prepared. Rope lines set. Support secured. Paths cleared. The system felt ready before the workers even reached it. Hori took his place along a central crossing point where multiple ramp routes met and merged. This area had become one of the most important points in the entire structure. By mid-morning, the sound of stone movement rose again from below. But it no longer felt like separate deliveries. It felt continuous. One block after another. Moving upward without visible interruption in flow. The pyramid was no longer receiving stone in steps. It was receiving it as constant motion. The first limestone block passed beneath Hori's level. Then another followed almost immediately. Then another. Each moved with precision. Each supported by multiple coordinated lines. But none of them felt separate anymore. They felt like parts of a single ongoing stream. The workers adjusted naturally now. No hesitation. No delay. Only coordinated movement within a larger rhythm. Hori watched from the ramp junction. The system below no longer looked like separate crews working independently. It looked like one extended structure in motion. By midday, rest came beneath shaded coverings. The heat outside was steady, filling the desert evenly. Inside the shade, everything felt quiet. Workers sat without conversation. Drinking slowly. Eating without rush. The silence felt deeper today. Not heavy. Just present. Hori sat near Beck again. The older worker remained still for a long time before speaking. There is no beginning anymore, Beck said softly. Hori looked at him. And no end, Beck continued. Only movement. Hori did not answer. Because there was nothing simple to add. After rest, afternoon work resumed without interruption. Stone continued flowing through the ramp system in steady continuity. The pyramid no longer seemed to pause anywhere. Every section of it was active at some level. Even when one area slowed, another continued without break. Hori worked along support points, tightening anchors and checking beam pressure as the constant flow passed above and below. The structure felt increasingly unified in its motion. Not separate levels. Not separate crews. Only one continuous system carrying weight upward. As the sun lowered toward evening again, the desert slowly shifted into warm gold light. The pyramid absorbed the light differently now. Not reflecting it in sharp edges, but holding it across its surfaces in long steady gradients. Shadows stretched across ramps like lines connecting all movement together. Crews completed final stabilization checks. Secured remaining loads for the day. And then, without pause or interruption, the descent began. Hori walked down with the others. The village appeared below as always. Small. Steady. Waiting. But behind them, the pyramid no longer felt like something being built in stages. It felt like something that had become continuous. A single ongoing motion of stone, labor, and time. As night returned once more over the desert, the workers moved back into their homes and fires, and the Great Pyramid remained standing beyond them in silence, no longer a structure progressing step by step, but a constant living rhythm of construction that did not begin and did not end, only continued beneath the endless Egyptian sky. Night settled over the desert again, soft and familiar, like something returning home. The village did not change much from one night to the next. It only grew quieter as the hours passed, until even the smallest sounds felt distant. Fires were now low across the settlement. Their light was faint, barely holding shape in the dark air. Most people were already resting, their bodies given fully to sleep after the long continuous day. Hori lay still on his mat for a long time. There was no clear edge anymore between one day and another. The work at the pyramid had become something that stretched across time in a way that felt unbroken. Only the light changed. Only the air changed. Outside, the wind moved through the village slowly. It passed through narrow paths, touched the walls gently, then moved onward into the open desert without resistance. Above, the sky remained wide and unchanged. The stars were steady, distant, and quiet. The pyramid could not be seen, but it was still present in thought. Not as an object in the distance anymore, but as something always continuing beyond sight. Sleep came without effort. And morning returned again. The light arrived slowly across the horizon. Soft gray becoming pale gold. Pale gold becoming steady brightness. The village stirred in its usual rhythm. Fires were rekindled. Water was gathered. Bread was prepared. And workers began walking toward the construction site once more. Hori moved with them. His steps were no longer guided by thought. Only by repetition. The pyramid appeared again as they walked. First as a shadow against the morning sky. Then as structure. Then as something that felt less like a finished form and more like a continuous process given shape. Today, the atmosphere at the construction site felt almost unchanged from the previous day, yet somehow more settled. More complete in its continuity. The flow of work had reached a level where even transitions between tasks felt seamless. No clear start. No clear pause. Only ongoing motion. Hori climbed with his group toward the mid-ramp junction. The early air was still cool, but already shifting under the rising sun. Stone beneath their feet felt deeply familiar now. Every section worn into memory through repetition. At the mid-ramp level, crews were already fully active. But there was no sense of beginning anymore. Everything was simply already in motion. Rope lines were in place. Supports reinforced. Paths open and waiting. The system no longer required adjustment to start. It simply continued. Hori took his position along a central crossing point where multiple ramp routes merged. This section had become one of the most active points in the entire structure. But today, even that felt less like a center and more like part of a continuous whole. By mid-morning, the sound of stone movement rose again from below. But it no longer felt like separate deliveries. It felt uninterrupted. A steady stream of weight moving through the structure. One stone after another. No clear separation between them. The pyramid no longer received blocks. It carried them upward as one continuous flow. The first limestone block passed beneath Hori's level. Then another followed immediately. Then another. Each moved with precision. Each supported evenly across rope lines and workers positioned throughout the system. But none felt isolated anymore. They felt connected. Part of something ongoing. The workers adjusted naturally now. Not reacting, but flowing with the system. By midday, rest came beneath shaded coverings. The heat outside was steady and unchanging. Inside the shade, everything felt still. Workers sat in silence. Drinking slowly. Eating without urgency. Even silence itself felt different today. Less like rest. More like continuation in another form. Hori sat near Beck. The older worker did not look toward the ramps this time. He spoke quietly without turning his head. "It is no longer being built," Beck said. Hori looked at him. Beck continued softly. "It is only continuing." Hori did not answer. There was nothing to correct. After rest, afternoon work resumed without interruption. Stone continued flowing through the ramp system in constant motion. No pauses between deliveries. No visible separation between tasks. Everything had become part of one uninterrupted process. Hori worked along support points, tightening anchors and checking structural pressure as the continuous flow passed above and below. The pyramid no longer felt divided into levels of effort. It felt like one complete system moving as a single body. As the sun lowered toward evening again, the desert shifted slowly into warm gold light. The pyramid absorbed that light evenly across its surfaces. Not in flashes or highlights, but in long, steady layers. Shadows stretched across the ramps like quiet lines connecting all movement together. Crews completed final checks. Secured remaining structural points. And then, without noticeable transition, the descent began. Hori walked down with the others. The village appeared below, unchanged in its simplicity. But behind them, the pyramid no longer felt like something progressing. It felt like something that had entered a state of continuous existence. Not beginning. Not ending. Only ongoing. As night returned once more over the desert, the workers moved back into their homes and fires, and the Great Pyramid remained standing beyond them in silence, no longer a project moving toward completion, but a continuous presence of labor and stone that flowed through time without interruption, beneath the endless Egyptian sky. Night returned again, quietly, the same as always. There was no difference in the way the desert ended its day. It simply softened, letting the last trace of light fade until everything was held in a steady, even darkness. In the workers' village, the fires were low. Only faint embers remained, glowing weakly between homes. The air smelled of ash that had cooled long ago, mixed with sand and the memory of bread baked earlier in the evening. Hori lay still on his mat. His body had stopped marking days as separate events. Work and rest had become one long continuation, divided only by light and darkness, not by meaning. Outside, the wind moved gently through the village paths. It did not rush. It did not linger. It simply passed through, touching everything lightly before moving on into the desert. Above, the sky remained unchanged. The stars were steady and distant, as if time did not reach them. The pyramid was not visible, but it remained present in thought. Not as something being built anymore, but as something that simply continued to exist through constant movement. Sleep came quietly. And morning returned again. The sky brightened in its slow sequence. Dark gray became pale gold. Pale gold became full daylight. The village stirred without interruption. Fires were rekindled. Water was gathered. Bread was prepared. And workers began walking toward the construction site in their usual flow. Hori moved with them. There was no hesitation in his steps anymore. Only continuation. The pyramid appeared as they walked. First as a shadow. Then as structure. Then as something that no longer felt like it had edges in time. Today, the approach to the construction site felt completely steady. Nothing new marked the morning. Nothing disrupted the rhythm. Everything felt already in motion before the workers arrived. At the mid-ramp system, the flow of labor had not paused overnight. It simply continued. Rope lines were already active. Support crews were already in place. Stone movement was already underway. Hori climbed with his group into the system without transition. There was no beginning to the work anymore. Only entry into something already ongoing. The air warmed slowly as the sun rose. Stone beneath the feet felt familiar in every detail now. Not just walked on, but remembered through repetition. At the mid-ramp junction, everything moved as a single coordinated system. There was no visible separation between tasks anymore. Only flow passing through different points. Hori took his position at a crossing point where multiple ramp paths converged. This place no longer felt like a center of activity. It felt like part of a larger continuity that extended beyond sight. By mid-morning, the sound of stone movement rose again from below. But it was no longer separated into distinct arrivals. It was continuous. A steady passage of weight through the structure. One stone following another without break. The pyramid no longer received material. It carried it upward as an ongoing motion. The first limestone block passed beneath Hori's level. Then another. Then another. Each one moved with precision and balance. Each one supported by many hands working in quiet coordination. But none felt separate anymore. They were all part of one continuous system. The workers adjusted without conscious thought. The rhythm had become natural. By midday, rest came beneath shaded coverings. The heat outside was steady, pressing evenly across stone and sand. Inside the shade, everything felt still. Workers sat without conversation. Drinking slowly. Eating without urgency. Silence filled the space, not as absence, but as continuation. Hori sat near Beck. The older worker stared forward for a long time before speaking. "It does not feel like progress anymore," Beck said quietly. Hori looked at him. "It feels like presence," Beck continued. Hori did not respond. Because the words already matched what could be felt. After rest, afternoon work resumed without interruption. Stone continued flowing through the ramp system in steady continuity. No pauses. No breaks. No separation between arrivals. The pyramid had become a constant process moving through itself. Hori worked along support points, tightening anchors and checking pressure as the uninterrupted flow passed above and below. Everything felt unified now. Not built in stages, but existing in motion. As the sun began to lower toward evening again, the desert shifted into warm gold light. The pyramid absorbed the light across its surfaces in long even tones. Shadows stretched across the ramps, connecting all levels into one continuous shape. Crews completed final checks, secured structural points. And then, without visible change, the descent began. Hori walked down with the others. The village appeared below, steady and unchanged. But behind them, the pyramid no longer felt like something being constructed. It felt like something that had become continuous existence itself. Not beginning. Not ending. Only ongoing. As night returned once more over the desert, the workers moved back into their homes and fires, and the Great Pyramid remained standing beyond them in silence, not as a structure being built, but as a permanent flowing presence of labor, stone, and time that continued without interruption beneath the endless Egyptian sky. Night settles over the desert one more time. Softly. Completely. Without hesitation. The workers' village grows quiet in the way it always does, as if it is exhaling after a long day that never truly feels like it ended, only paused. The last fires fade into dim embers. Their light becomes small and distant, holding warmth without brightness. The smell of smoke lingers faintly in the air, mixed with sand that has cooled under the evening sky. Hori lies on his mat for a while longer than usual. There is no thought of counting days anymore. No sense of beginning or end. Only the familiar weight of the body, the steady rise and fall of breath, and the quiet understanding that tomorrow will be the same as today. Outside, the wind moves gently across the village. It passes through the narrow paths, over sleeping homes, and then continues into the open desert, where nothing resists it. Above, the sky remains wide and still. The stars hold their places without change, and somewhere beyond the edge of the village, beyond the darkness, the pyramid stands, not as something separate anymore, not as something distant, but as something that has become part of the rhythm of everything around it. Sleep comes slowly. And this time, it feels deeper than before. Not because of exhaustion alone, but because nothing is waiting for it to end. And morning does not arrive with noise or urgency. It simply returns. Light spreads across the horizon. Soft at first. Then steady. Then full. The village does not rush to wake. It only follows the pattern it has always known. Fires are lit. Water is gathered. Bread is prepared. And workers begin walking toward the construction site. Hori walks with them. But something feels different now. Not in the world. Not in the work. But in perception. As if everything has already been happening long before they arrived, and will continue long after they leave. The pyramid appears in the morning light. Not as something growing. Not as something changing. But as something already complete in its motion. Stone layers rising in perfect stillness of structure, yet endless activity within. At the ramps, work continues as it always has. Ropes tighten. Stone moves. Voices remain calm and measured. But there is no longer a sense of urgency in any of it. No sense of building toward an end. Only continuation. Hori climbs with his group for what feels like another ordinary day. The sun rises. The heat arrives. Work flows. Rest comes. Work returns. And yet, even as everything repeats, something has settled into understanding. The pyramid is no longer seen as something that will be finished. It is seen as something that simply is. A presence shaped by labor, but no longer defined by it. By evening, the light turns soft again across the desert. The pyramid glows in warm gold tones, as it always does. Shadows stretch across its ramps, long and quiet, connecting every level into one continuous form. Workers descend slowly with the day's end. No one speaks more than necessary. There is no need. The pattern is understood without words now. The village comes into view again below. Small. Familiar. Steady. Fires begin to rise once more. Smoke drifts upward into the cooling air. And the workers return, not from completion, but from continuation. Hori walks with them. And for the first time, there is no feeling that something is being built toward. Only that everything is already part of something larger that does not stop. Night returns. The fires grow dim. The village becomes quiet again. And the pyramid remains in the distance, not as a finished monument, not as a work in progress, but as a silent, enduring presence of human effort folded into stone and time. It does not end. It does not begin. It simply continues, and the world rests beneath it.